The great Ace Attorney. More like the great asshole. That was my new great Ace Attorney joke. I really hope you guys liked it, because that's all I had today. I'm going to tell you, the well is running dry today. So that was pretty much my one joke for the day. All right, stream time. Let's do this. How's the mic, guys? Rhetorical question. It sounds fucking amazing. Rhetorical question. It sounds fucking fantastic. I deked around with the settings quite a bit, and I made it look a lot better. So hopefully it'll be not shit, for lack of a better term. Hopefully it'll be not dog shit this time. Yesterday was a bit of a mess, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I didn't have much time to set up the stream, and it turns out I needed it because the stream was a fucking technical disaster. Speaking of technical disasters, headsets, baby. Check this out. These are the streamer's compatriot headsets. They don't call them that, but I've decided to brand them that, because check this out. Invisible. Totally invisible headsets. It looks as though I'm just talking to you like a casual guy, but in reality, I'm not fucking listening to a word you say, because I'm wearing big gamer headphones, so that I can hear the game better. It's pretty dope. Alright, let's pick up from where we left off. I did not have time to do any recounting, like any watching back of the last session, so I'm gonna be just as lost as you are. Should be fun. All I remember is that Lestrade is in super jail. She's in, like, turbo jail because, she killed that pawnbroker. Or, supposedly she killed that pawnbroker. We know she didn't do it because she's our friend, but, yeah. We gotta figure that whole situation out. Let's begin, shall we? 16th of April, 11:13 p.m. Sounds like a good time to start off. Naruhodo-san! It's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. Oh, this is fantastic! Are you kidding me? It's just giving us a straight-up, like, rundown of what happened last time. Oh, my heart. Thank you, Ace Attorney Chronicles. Ace Attorney Chronicles understands my fucking Mr. Bean-esque life where I'm constantly just running around. Don't have any time to remember this fucking shit. Ah, that's so helpful. Come on, give me more recap, please. More sweet recap meat. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father had fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. What? Oh, Susato. It sounded like they were still talking about what's her face. Lestrade. I was like, when was this established? Yeah, no, it was just poor Susato. Yeah, she's got it rough too, man. She's got to go back to Japan. Ugh. And she has to leave all her new friends behind. All her fun, new, funny friends. And it's not like modern day when she could just text them on TikTok, app them on WhatsApp, even tinned them on Tinder. Instead, I mean, once you leave, you're basically just resigned to never seeing that person ever again. That was the way of the world for 99.99 repeating % of human history. You would just have to send letters and then correspond once every few months at best. I hope your father recovers soon. No shit! I would think you're more of an asshole if you didn't. That kinda goes without saying. Thank you for your kind words, though. Susato, I hope your father stays ill for a really long time. Thank you! Go. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. I don't. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? She looks like Michael Jackson, bro, straight up. I always, like, every once in a while, the illusion breaks for me when it comes to anime characters, and the fact that they have no noses becomes very fucking strange. It becomes super goddamn weird. Like, 90% of the time, your mind autocorrects them to having noses, but then there's just that, like, one time in 100 where you realize that she is a fucking freakish monstrosity that has no nose. She's like post-surgery Michael. It's really creepy. It's very fucking weird. If you saw Susato in real life, she would be a nightmare creature. No fooling. Absolutely no fooling. Yo, what up, Equestrian Wyvern? Welcome back. Good to see you again. You got here just in time. We just began she's mentioned one final task. I don't know what she means by that yet. What task? You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Maybe she has to replace herself. Maybe she needs to find me a new assistant. Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have... Oh, the thing moved. That's not where it's supposed to be. It's because the resolution's different now. It gave me like a Geordie LaForge visor. It gave me like a hungry visor, bro. I want you to have this. Bro, imagine if she just handed me a fucking Big Mac. That shit would be so cash. That would have been perfect timing for the hungry. For the I'm hungry specifically. Have I voted for Game Awards now? Oh, you can vote already? I saw the nominees. I saw what they were. I'm voting for Psychonauts, like, down the list, because I didn't play, like, any of the others, and Psychonauts 2 is really fucking good. It's nominated for a shocking amount of categories, but it's probably gonna get snubbed in all of them but one. It's gonna do that thing again. It did that last year with some really good game. I can't remember what it was. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months. Oh, you know I'm voting for Booga for the Ultimate Entertainer. They have a category this year for, like, Ultimate Online Nerd, and I've been snubbed yet again. Like, I'm not in the running, so don't even worry about voting for me, sadly. I would have voted for myself, but instead I'm gonna cast my lot in with Booga. I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring with him, you know, let him carry on my dreams. Cast my wishes into his bonfire of dreams. It's my notes from 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. Oh, the Gilded case. Okay, good. Yeah, this will be really helpful. It seems to me that this case is Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case. No fucking shit, Susato. What tipped you off? Was it everybody from that case coming back? Even McGilded's forced ghost appearing as a CD? Was that what tipped you off, smart guy? She's a smart guy. Yeah, that is true. You gotta appreciate the balls on the Game Awards for putting Cyberpunk up there. Honestly, Cyberpunk was fun. I definitely would not have nominated it for Best RPG, but if there was a category for, like, Best Open World Sandbox Shooter, I could see it winning this year. It was, like, fun. I never beat it because I didn't care about the story that much, and it was just, like, very jank. It was, like, falling apart at the seams, but what I did play I enjoyed, of, like, just running around, looting things, shooting things, like stealthing into enemy compounds and, like, stealing all their stuff. It was kind of cool. But yeah, the RPG aspect of that game was very fucking lacking, which is sad because it's an RPG. That's not the thing you want to be missing in an RPG, is the RP part of it. It's mostly just the G. Yeah, Jeff Keighley is riding high, man. Jeff Keighley is super up his own ass right now. As he should be, honestly. How the hell did he pull that off? He's a fucking magician, that one. Getting us Elden Ring. They also have Elden Ring as one of the nominees for most anticipated game. So if it wins that category, it's possible that they're going to show us even more stuff, which would be interesting. I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant I've ever had. I'm the only judicial assistant. I know! The whole dumpster fire quality level. Yeah, the fucking, it was so fucking unfinished, dude. The, what's it called? 2077 Cyberpunk. It's a shame. It was, like, a cool idea, I guess, but, yeah. Very, very much not a finished game. And not in a cool way, not in, like, a New Vegas / Knights of the Old Republic 2 way, where it's like, oh, these were really cool ideas, but we just cut them out completely because we didn't have time. It's like we just didn't finish the basic fucking video game part of it. It's like the worst way for a game to be unfinished. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Yeah. Well, I was trying to be polite, Susato. Get out of here now. Go back to Japan. Get thee to a Japanery. Yeah, that is true. They have Breath of the Wild 2, God of War, not Gears of War, Ragnarok. I don't care about the other two, though, honestly. Breath of the Wild 2, I'm looking forward to, but I don't know. I don't think it's the same. But it got a lot more mainstream appeal for sure, Breath of the Wild 2. So I think that's going to be the one to clinch it, probably. But I'm way more excited for Elden Ring, personally. Then again, like, the mainstream gaming outlets really, really, really liked God of War. So it's even possible that that would win. Like, as much as I feel like most people aren't as interested in that as the other two, the gaming outlets loved that game. Like, there was just effusive praise pouring out of every outlet when that came out. It was crazy. Like, people loved that game. And I never played it. I'm not even saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying it's remarkable how much groundswell it had, especially for a God of War game, which generally is kind of like glazed over. Like, they don't really care about them most of the time. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there. She said she was a failure. Sorry, I talked for too long. Ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. My Gilded case notes have been entered into the court record. Okay, I really want to read these case notes. Let's find out what she was talking about. I'm going to do my best to do good in this case, but yeah, I don't really remember much from last week. We'll see. Victim was found on an omnibus, dead from a stab to the abdomen. That's right, and last session we saw Gina's coat, aka McGilded's coat. Remember, the very last thing that happened was, little pink puffball girl sprayed the puffballs onto that jacket, and it was just fucking coated in blood head to toe. It was just soaked in the omnibus guy's blood, the victim. I remember that. Yeah, Mason Milverton. Milverton. Hell yeah, man after my own heart. MILF after my own heart. Homicide East End. Got it. Yes, this is all proper. None of this is new information. Except for the last name, we didn't know that. He was just called Bryce Fired Mason before. Bryce, conviction was assured. A surprise fourth witness's testimony resulted in acquittal. Okay, that's all. Nothing new. Just the overview of the last case, so we can remember. That makes sense. Yeah, the last God of War was like, people loved it. It was crazy. Most God of Wars are like fairly niche. They were popular games, don't get me wrong, but it was mostly within a very specific crowd. It's like the action beat 'em up crowd. What do you call them? Like, you know, Devil May Cry type. Just like big combo, make big combo crowd. Which is not the biggest crowd. But this most recent one was like a huge blockbuster success. Going back to Japan. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. By the way, how's my mic Otto-san? Do we still have any clipping? I think I fixed the clipping issues, and a lot of the echoing issues too. I just fucked around with my mic settings for like an hour earlier. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. Mic is good? Okay, great, thank you. Good to know. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learnt something. Learnt? Who says learnt? You Britishes? It's a learned. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. What? Naruhodo, what do you... Oh my god. Where are you going with this? Yes. Yes, like what do you want me to say to that? Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off of them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and motives. But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. She's like, okay, he's having a schizophrenic breakdown. Just appease him. Just press like on Facebook on his most recent post so he doesn't shoot you. I get where they're going with this now, though. It's like the theme of this game as has been described so far. Because Herlock earlier, in one of the earlier cases, may have been the last case, he mentioned something very similar, but for the city of London. The city of London. He's like, oh, don't be fooled by London's shiny facade because there's so much darkness in the city. So same deal, right? It's like, there also seems to be leading into the main plot of this game, which is like grand overarching conspiracy, which we don't know anything about yet. we know very little of. We know some of the probable major players, like Gilded, but we don't really know how or why this is happening. I guess more to be revealed. So that's where he was going with that. He just started it off with the dumbest sentence I've ever heard in my life, which is people have multifaceted personalities. Yeah! Believe it or not, they're not cardboard cutouts, man. To be fair, he lives in anime world. Having like complex fleshed out characters like in this game is pretty rare there in anime world. Usually they just like eating and fighting. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san! I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. That's so true. It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months. You've grown so much. Aw, goodbye, Susato. Go back to Japan now. I'm gonna miss Susato. We better at least get a kick-ass replacement like Herlock or something. Really? You were trying to get a good Chimichar? Yeah, Chimchar is gonna be pretty clutch in this one. Unless they added more. I'm assuming they added more fire types, but otherwise there's no reason to pick any other Pokemon. You've grown so much. Now here's the problem. In one of the versions, they added in, and I shit you not, Luda fucking Colo, bro. So you have literally no incentive to pick either water or grass starter, because he's both and better than both of the starters in every conceivable way. Like design, stats, move pool, he's just way better than either of them. So really, Chimchar's the only viable choice at that point. You've grown so much. Sorry, I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. What about tomorrow's departure, Susato? You know what time you will leave London in the morning? They only added Houndoom? Oh my god. Poor fire type trainers, man. That's depressing. That's disgusting. That's like the worst fire type. You know what would make fire types better? If you add weakness to fighting moves. Now they're super effectively hit by Earthquake and fighting moves. Two of the most common fucking moves in the game. Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry. I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. Well, I'm really glad I didn't, like, try to stream longer last... I did, but I'm glad I didn't stream so long last time that we actually made it to the trial, because this whole segment exists completely as, like, a recap to get us ready for the trial. I'm really glad that I didn't get past this part. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, do try. Bro, people in the fucking Deacon Age back in, Deacon Age Origins, they had to sleep and, like, they didn't even have motherfucking iPhones, bro. Like, they couldn't even text people before they go to sleep. They couldn't check their fucking portfolios. They just had to go straight the fuck to sleep. Like, the god's light goes out and they're like, well, I'm fucked now. What do I do? You can read by candlelight and destroy your eyes, and that's it. That's like the one way to not instantly go to sleep at nighttime. That's crazy. Ancient people were geeked, man. They were geeked out. It's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. It's true, they couldn't even buy even more fucking Dogecoin. God, they suck. They're so fucking stupid. They didn't even invent Dogecoin, which is the most cringiest part. Like, people talk about how cool and smart, like, George Washington or JFK was. And it's like, they didn't even fucking invest in Dogecoin, first of all. They didn't even take their fucking Doge portfolio to the fucking moon. They're so stupid compared to me. Fucking idiots. Duh, World War II. How about fucking Doge War II, fuckers? You fucking simpletons. I must finish packing up things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. See you, Susato. You have an extra copy of Dragon Age Inquisition? Oh, nice. I have Dragon Age Inquisition. I still haven't played it, though. I don't know if I'm going to stream it or not for my first playthrough. I love Dragon Age. Dragon Age Origins, specifically. Dragon Age 2, I'm replaying right now in my own time over the course of, like, the past year. And that game is not good. But I'm trying to do all of them. Like, I bought Inquisition in a pack with Mass Effect Andromeda. So I'm replaying through Origins and then 2. So I could play Inquisition with, like, a transferred save file. And, ooh, Dragon Age 2 is rough, man. Dragon Age 2 is rough. It's like the characters are worse, the visuals are worse, the gameplay's worse, the story's worse. It's not the best sequel I've ever played. I'm looking forward to trying Inquisition, though. Good night, because I hear Inquisition is good. I heard very good things about it. Wait, there's something I need. Hiya! What? Why did I get Susato jump scare takedown? What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? She thought I was coming onto her. Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Aw, poor Susato. You should have done the Susato walk-up-y powerbomb me through a fucking table technique. Susato-san. Man, Dragon Age Origins is so good. I replayed that game again, too, for my, like, full playthrough of the series, and, like, holy shit, it's good. It holds up remarkably well in most ways. Most ways. It's got some bad stuff, for sure. But, man, I forgot how much actual choice there is in that game. I miss that in older RPGs. Like, you would do things that they would actually, like, affect the story moving forward. It was nuts. That just doesn't happen anymore. It truly had been a trying day. We're on our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet, the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and, as a cacophony of our scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. That actually doesn't make sense. Cacophony is a sound. Cacophony refers to a sound, a loud, clamorous sound. It doesn't actually, like, you can't see a cacophony of scenes. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's like seeing thunder. That's like seeing thunder. That doesn't work. You can't do that. You have to fall into a deep motherfucking sleep. He's sleeping so fucking hard, bro. I can't even compete. Dragon Age 2 had better story and characters than Origins. I hard disagree. I hard disagree on that one. I liked Dragon Age's Origins' story / most character. You know what? Actually, in fairness, Dragon Age Origins had really strong characters, but it was very specific characters. When you talk about the whole cast, you might actually be right, yeah. Because it had a couple really standout cool characters, but then most of the characters in Origins were, like, pretty unremarkable. It was like Loghain, Honora, Morrigan, Alistair, and then who, right? Like, who else was that interesting in Origins? There were like 4 really solid characters, 3 or 4 really solid characters, and then the rest were kind of not amazing. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right about that. 17th April, the small hours, St. Sinner's Ward, 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. You wrapped the Baskerville case? No, this is the trial for the Baskerville case right now. Baskerville. Susato just left. She's going back to Japan. But, yeah, we're about to go to the trial. The trial of Gina. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, wait, what? Who's talking? It's her. Sorry, it's Susato. Wait, no, we don't know who it is. Yeah, this is just taking place at the hospital. I think it's Susato talking. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been all mine. Wait, so they put everything into place as we have discussed? This is so scary. I really like this game's overarching theme that they talked about with, like, not seeing the big picture. Like, every fucking character, it feels like that's happening. Like, every character has all these fucking secrets that we don't know. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. They all know something we don't. It was her, my dear madam. Like, even if you think all the way back to the very fucking beginning, and, like, the J. Jonah Jameson dude, the friend who dies on the boat, they all knew something. Like, they kept talking in hushed tones about, like, some shit that they were trying to keep from me. Every fucking character trying to keep shit from me. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, you true. That is true about Origins. I still like the Origins characters better overall, but yeah, you're definitely right. They were like a lot less fleshed out. The ones that didn't matter. The ones that were like integral to the story were really cool and got a lot of time, but then the ones who didn't really have much to do with the story just kind of did nothing. Sten comes to mind. I love Sten. He's like my favorite dude to have in the party, but he is so nothing. Like, they never go anywhere with his story. And there's a lot of cool places they could have taken it. They just don't really. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. And granted, I haven't gotten to the super, like, serious parts of Dragon Age 2 yet. I think a big part of why Dragon Age 2 has looked so unfavorably is because of that whole opening stretch where you just have to, like, raise 50 gold to go on an expedition. I just cleared that part, where you just have to, like, grind mobs and do boring side quests so you can get 50 gold to go on a big journey. Like, that beginning segment is just, like, so much wind out of the sails. I haven't gotten to, like, the super crazy stuff that happens in the latter half of the game. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's Gina! Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it.
So where's your friend then?
Sorry?
You know, out of the fancy dress. Susato or whatever you say. I don't know.
Susato! Susato is a way better name. Ah, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up.
You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go see her off.
It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. Ah, she definitely isn't gonna die tragically. That would be horrible.
Even so.
But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. No, my guess is that Susato is not gonna die tragically, but will never have, like, the same dynamic. That's my guess. Like, Susato is gonna leave, and then she's gonna do her own shit off in Japan, and, like, the next time we see her, she'll be completely different, right? She'll be, like, a totally different person. It'll be, she had to go off to do her own shit that we didn't know about, and then she'll come back, and we'll be seeing a whole new side of her. Because it would play into the theme, right? It would play directly into that theme that they were just discussing right before she left. It would be pretty appropriate. Good morning, you two. It's me, the friendly milkman. Oh, it's the cat.
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep?
Dude, I love Wagahai.
Boris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy?
Bro, what is this? Fucking baby court? Why is it like all 10-year-old girls in this courtroom? This has absolutely become baby court.
Oh, Waggy.
Great way to show your support, kitty.
Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do? Oh, that reminds me, I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno, Ginny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad.
Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? Oh, couldn't give a monkeys, really.
What? I couldn't give a monkeys. Dude, I love the way that Cockney British street rats used to talk back then, apparently. I couldn't give a monkeys. I need to steal that. I need to absolutely steal that phrase to use myself. If only all good news canceled out the bad.
And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. See? How you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I can.
I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will?
And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharge diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Oh, yes, let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work, did it?
It's like she was still here. Today's paper.
What? That's evidence?
Oh god, this is so confusing. How is that possibly going to be part of the evidence? That it was raining earlier today? There he is. No! I missed this guy already. Oh, like a candle in the wind, he's gone. Sure, he tried to kill himself every 2 seconds, so dying of a gunshot wound was inevitable. But still. Oh, let's see the backside of the paper. Flashback to the fucking, boat case.
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
Huh?
What?
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. Is that Susato's thing? Was she a spy?
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted, but how would someone be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Rudo?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Huh. Government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Huh, that's super weird. Let's think about this. Let's think about this a little bit more than not at all. So, A, how is this relevant to the case at hand? It's really not, it seems. Because they were breaking into a pawnbroker, the culprits. What would he have to do with secret government stuff, right? There was McGilded. McGilded definitely could have been, like, doing that to get some money on the side. We already know that he was involved with crime. He was a big crime boss. So maybe it's related to McGilded, but I don't know. It kind of feels like it's Susato. Because remember, the British, or the Japanese government is who sent us here originally. And Susato and our lawyer friend, the original guy who was supposed to be the lawyer here, were being very, like, hush-hush about stuff. So it feels like maybe those two were meant to be spies, and only she lived? Maybe. I just can't think of who else it would be. Who else would be, like, stealing information and sending it overseas? Maybe Van Zeeks, because he has, like, a slightly foreign name, but he really doesn't feel like it.
Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. How awful! Virginia, I mean.
What? You dick? A man was killed. Your friend was, he was like, you knew this guy. Jesus, she is cold as ice, man. What the fuck? He's a sociopath. Hey, what's up, Reanimated Changeling? Dude, you should have been in this game then, because they're currently having spies leak all their fucking information. You could have done that if you were a Changeling. You could have changelinged into a Frenchman and then stolen all the British secrets. That's awesome. It's like John Carpenter's The Thing. And then he goes, whoa! He gets sprayed by a flamethrower. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Apps?
Protects planet?
Ooh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great.
You also absorb the other changeling. Now that's just rude. That's just too much doggone changeling. Okay, so we learned that there is a spy leaking British secrets. Now here's the thing, the pawnbroker was directly across the street from a bank. They mentioned that because Holmes's theory was that some guy was trying to use a shovel. The guy who came to get the coat was trying to use a shovel to dig under and over. But what does that have to do with foreign secrets, right? Like leaking Department of Justice stuff. I think it's Susato. Who else could it be? Like Susato is the only possibility that springs to mind. Also, this just straight up looks like Truman. Yeah, I don't know. Would the bank have been storing secrets of the nation? I don't think so. And Susato was a foreign agent who was constantly in contact with the Department of Justice.
Good luck then, Rudo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still.
No, you're not my new assistant. Oh, at least give me fucking Waga High. He tried to kill me because he thought he was a... Oh, he started it, and that's fine then. Changeling fight! Yo, do you think they have World Star Hip Hop up for changelings? Change Star Change Hop?
I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all, about shows. Did they fix them up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success.
Then why do you look so dour and downcast?
But Hurley still hasn't come around yet.
What? He's faking! What? Why? Why is Harlock faking being still unconscious? We saw him last night. Well, we didn't, but the audience did. This is dramatic irony. Everyone thinks he's still unconscious, but he's not. Why? Why is he doing such a thing?
Hey? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news.
Oh, right.
No, Susato-san. Oh, sorry. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today. Prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. This is so fucking confusing already, dude. The trial hasn't even started yet and there have been 8 twists. This is gonna be a hard one. This is gonna be a fucking hard one, Jesus. Why? Would he be pretending to still be unconscious? It's all down to me today to prove that Gina's innocent. It's so crazy. Miss Jaina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way to the court.
It's time then.
It sure is, little idiot. Let's go, Gina Iris.
Fusion, ha! Lead the way, Rudo.
Bro, Gina Iris would actually be so OP. Irina. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. When in doubt, it's Hurley's fault. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. He's always up to some nonsense. I've had some pretty sweet quick thinker moments. What is the changeling? I can't do that. I can't do quick thinking shit. It's impossible for me. I only do long-term thinking. Oops. Let's see. Bop, 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 bop. That's the weapon we will secure our victory with. I think, you know what's funny? That exact dynamic is perfectly exemplified by when I played Ace Attorney. In Ace Attorney, I think it's 3, possibly 2. There's a case where you get no investigation whatsoever. You're just like thrown right into the case. It's like a flashback case. And I did so fucking bad on that case because you had no time to like think it over and put the clues together. You were just like thrown in to start doing it. And I was just getting fucking wrecked. I was getting so destroyed. It was the original case with the crazy girl, the Dahlia, like from her flashback with the man with the barbed wire face. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that he's stupid. So here's my theory on why Sholmes might be faking being unconscious. It could be that he's trying to like entrap the real criminal for this trial to make them think that they're like safe and get them to do something stupid because he saw them, right? Like he was the one who was closest to them when they shot him because they shot him. So maybe he already knows who it is, but he's trying to like entrap them or something. I don't know. It feels like he's a star witness here. And if he was awake, this could all be a lot easier. So I don't know why he would be fucking us over like this. Unless he had a damn good reason. Unless he had a damn fucking good reason to. 17th of April, the Old Bailey courtroom. I got his fucking sword, dude.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready.
Lord Ramses,
My lord,
remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
it was a long fucking time ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced, somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior?
You know what that reminded me of? When he said, how long has it been? It reminded me of fucking Phasmophobia. When you ask the ghost how old they are and they say, old! That still makes me laugh. It's so goofy. It's so fucking funny. It's such a sassy way to answer the question. I love sassy ghosts.
In what one might describe as your former life, 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government.
Really? Oh! He knows! Oh, I think I'm starting to put it together now. What is the one commonality between all these cases if you exclude McGilded, which was the previous assumption that they were trying to make us think? They were trying to make us think the connective tissue between all the cases was McGilded, but the other connective tissue is Naruhodo and Susato. Because he thinks they're the spies. He thinks that they're the spies, so he's still operating in the highest echelons of government. Well, I mean, probably rightly so for Susato, but he also thinks I'm a spy for the Japanese government. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm putting the cart ahead of the horse here. That kind of makes sense if you think about it. No, that's... Yeah, because McGilded doesn't even work anymore, because the last case had nothing to do with McGilded, seemingly. The case with the snowy road, the winter road, and the books being thrown out the window, that had nothing to do with McGilded. That had absolutely nothing to do with McGilded whatsoever. Yeah, the only connective tissue left is that Ryunosuke is involved. He thinks he's the spy. He thinks that he's the sus imposter, as it's known.
Yet you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel.
There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yeah, thanks, Cyrus. I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, would have never defended him.
And secondly, the Japanese! I mean, even more loathsome. Those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour.
Yeah, he thinks I'm a spy. He thinks I'm totally spies.
In other words, The confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the... Wait, what? Are you serious? Those tiny tricksters from the Far East. The Nipponese!
I was joking, Van Zeeks. He actually fucking said it. He just hates Japanese people. Oh my god, that's amazing. That's so fucking funny. I thought I was goofing. I thought I was making him racist as a goof. Sorry. Turns out I just jumped the gun. Oh, Van Zeeks. Oh, Van Zeeks. You become slightly less likable once you reveal your horrible racism towards the Japanese. Let's be honest, though. They are definitely confidence tricksters from tiny islands in the Far East. What? Did he really just say that? That's what I'm thinking.
He means you now, Rudo.
I actually managed to work that out, too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. That directed solely at me? Was he talking about all Japanese people?
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all of London's malefactor.
Yeah, I think I was right on the money. To be totally honest with you, I think I nailed it. Because why else would he very specifically point out betrayal of trust as a reason he hates the Japanese? There's a lot of stereotypes about the Japanese. I don't think that back then being betrayers of trust was one of them. Let's be honest, racism is stupid and it has a lot of excuses for random shit, so who knows? Like, there are a bunch of stereotypes that make no sense. I mean, there's still the stereotype of Mexicans being lazy do-nothings when they work like 8 jobs a day of manual labor, so... There doesn't necessarily need to be logic behind racism, it just... Maybe the Japanese are just betrayers now, okay? Don't question it. It's just a thing. That's awesome. I can neither confirm nor deny any guesses. Yeah, definitely not. Just thinking out loud. Thank you for not confirming nor denying. I'm just trying to work this thing out by talking about it out loud, because it's very confusing. There are so many turning pieces. That's funny. That's so evil, reanimated bit. Why you gotta tease them, man? Just because you're murdering them all as a shapeshifter doesn't mean you have to hint at it. You're like a damn Ace Attorney character, hinting about your ulterior motives the whole time. You better hope there's no dang Mr. Naruhodos on that shuttle. Mr. Naru Huskies.
Your lordship is too kind.
No, jurors! The 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will...
Okay, so who's on the jury this fucking time? Who's on the jury this time that's gonna fuck me over because they hate me already?
You have been selected to represent the will of the people in this trial.
Oh! Wait, what? What? The guy from the boat! Okay, far right. Also, the old man is back as a doctor now. The stenographer lady is back as Skrillex? This is so fucking weird. The maid is back, Mr. Garrett is here now as a juror. Mr. Garrett doesn't hate me. Luckily, he was remarkably cool about the whole sending his wife to her death thing. He was alright with that, he didn't hate it. This is so fucking weird. It's not like reusing assets either some of the time, because like, sure, for the stenographer and the doctor, yeah, maybe you could argue they're just reusing assets, but the guy on the far right has never appeared as a 3D model yet. He was only a picture in a newspaper in the second case. He was never a model, so it's not reusing assets. Yeah, the totally random, a non-biased jury, great. The same like 12 people rotating in and out. This is the most fucking kangaroo court shit I've ever seen in my life. Now, to be fair, the guy third from the right, I don't think we've seen before on the jury. Possibly. We had a blonde guy with a switchblade, and we had a blonde guy who was like a smart mouth who kept outsmarting Naruhodo. But they didn't look, I don't think they were the same guy. Now, all Englishmen do look the same, but I don't think they were the same. Now, it would be funny if this was just a metaphor for Naruhodo's own racism and he thinks all British people look the same. They're actually totally different people every time. He's just like, old British skinny guy, yeah, that looks like Mr. Garradeb.
Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt of the defendant? Former lieutenant of the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
I don't remember his voice.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Yeah, we gotta find out who she works for sure. Now that she's back, it's very suspicious. We still don't know who she is a maid for. I wish I could make a joke about this. It must be a spoilerific joke.
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it.
That guy's awesome. He's a stereoscopesman.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. Could I have...
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Hey, it's International Men's Day. You fucking evil woman. Women get to rule the world 364 days a year. Just let us have this. Let us have International Men's Day at very least. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. That's so fucking funny. Are you kidding me? The Crystal Tower is like the big international thing that London's trying to put on. He's trying to fucking sabotage that shit. Super blatantly. Oh my god, that's amazing. This is gonna be like Yakuza 0. I said it last session, I think it's super true. This is gonna be like Yakuza 0 and everything leads back to the Crystal Tower. Like, everybody's motivations are gonna circle back around to the Crystal Tower again in some way. That's gonna be like the big culminating event. It's like the center. It's like the eye of the storm. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Is something wrong, Runo?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. I don't recognize the guy with the stereoscope, to be honest. Him reading his little translate notebook is so good.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know?
So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. The judge and Van Zeeks have to be in on it to some degree. They have to be. Because they have no excuse to not recognize the jurors. They just have to be in on whatever's going on here. At least to some extent. Because there's no way they would... Like, the judge, maybe you could argue he's just dumb, because the judges in these games are supposed to be, like, dumb and goofy, but... Van Zeeks, at least, has been told to us to be extremely competent. Just really sharp dude, very observant and smart. There's no way he just wouldn't notice the same fucking jury pool 3 cases in a row.
The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. Bing, bing. The victim, Mr. Popwinder Bank, a proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly.
Ah, he was shot from behind. Okay, interesting. I don't think we knew that before.
The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder.
I will also note that I think this is actually evidence because it's come up in Ace Attorney games before. I don't remember if it came up in this game before, but it definitely came up in one of them where muzzle burn is shown as a piece of, like, visible evidence. So if a character is shot from a distance, you don't get the muzzle burn around the article of clothing. But in this case, there is very distinct muzzle burn on his sweater vest. So he was shot from, like, point fucking blank. He was shot, like, directly in the back from point blank distance. There was no, like... I said last time that it's possible he was shot through that hole in the door. You know, there was the angle where it was possible that the perpetrators could have shot him through the hole in the door and killed him that way. But no, because there's muzzle burn on his sweater vest. So he was shot, like, right in the fucking back. So either he was, like, jumped and executed, just like point blank execution style, or they had him, like, at gunpoint, had him let them into the room and then just blasted him point blank. Right? Like, they had the gun up to his heart from behind, and then as soon as he let them in, just shoot him. Just kill him instantly.
As the court would observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner.
So right below the left shoulder through the heart. Okay. So he was hit like right here. He was hit right next to Jimi Hendrix's afro.
His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
I see, interesting. And what's that supposed to tell us? Short.
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Not necessarily, but I mean, you could definitely make that argument. They could have also just been holding the gun like this up to his back.
Someone like the accused, you might say.
She is ridiculously short. She is kind of absurdly short.
The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Now, to be fair, she is also a malnourished 18th century British girl, so that does make sense, but yeah, she's very short.
Indeed. The court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Okay. Single bullet wound to the back, no other signs of trauma. Instantly killed. Photograph of the victim found in the storeroom. It shows a single bullet wound in the back.
I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred.
Cool. We got a little diagram. God, I'm so fucking bad at spatial reasoning shit. Okay, entrance, desk, storeroom. Cool.
The proprietor, who was... Oh, this is him. The proprietor, who was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused, Mrs. Dinderbank.
Part of the reason they said it in the 1800s is so that they don't have to take into account forensic science. Yeah, that makes sense. It's honestly smart, because that was a big part of Ace Attorney 1 through 3, was just like, the autopsy reports determined a whole lot, because they had to be specific. There was really no writing around it, right? Like, you couldn't just say, whoops, they tried to a couple times, but you really couldn't say, whoops, we didn't do the investigation that good. I'm looking at you, updated autopsy report. Shit's full of shit.
It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Hang on, I'll be back in a sec. My dog's barking up a storm. She wants something. Give me 1 second.
Objection!
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I thought I was getting window-banked, but I'm fine. So it was pretty crazy because, I heard the sound that turned out, I think, to be an acorn falling on the roof. And the reason my dog was barking was because she saw the squirrel. Because I heard, like, a sound like a bang, and then I heard my dog start barking like crazy. So I was like, shit, is someone literally breaking into my house right now? I straight up went and got my gun and then went to see what was happening. But it was fine. It was completely fine. She was just freaking out because there was a squirrel in the backyard. There's a squirrel that likes to come to the backyard to bury his nuts. So I think he dropped one of his nuts on the roof from above. The tree goes from directly... Oh, it was like a fucking Ace Attorney case, bro. I had to solve a little Ace Attorney case in real life. Otherwise, I would have been the Mr. Winterbank. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Yeah. What? She only killed him because, I mean, she didn't kill him. What? I never said that.
My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions.
You hear an acorn go plop and you go get a gun? Yeah, I live in Texas, bro, okay? Ever hear of it? Everybody in fucking Texas has a gun. If there was someone breaking into my house, there's like an 8 out of 10 chance he would have a gun. So I had to get my gun.
The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case.
Oh no. Oh no!
Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses.
Good gracious!
There were not witnesses. Liar! It was Mr. Sholmes, but he's unconscious right now. Show gun. I'm not allowed to. Twitch bans you for it. Boo, Twitch. So in Twitch, it's acceptable to show your fucking buns, and yet you're not allowed to show your guns? 1984, that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that if you're allowed to be naked on top of a Pickle Rick floaty on stream, you should be allowed to show your gun on stream as well. Anything less is pure communism. I know about communism because I read the book 1984, and communism is when bad things happen.
Good gracious!
After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pig purse. Or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
I don't give a fuck.
They got a... Basically, if you want a visual, my gun looks almost exactly like Mr. Windibank's gun. The one he used to threaten to kill himself with.
The court will take the floor pan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks.
At once, my lord.
Okay, it shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. Yeah, it looks almost exactly like that. A gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Wind. More modern, obviously. It doesn't look like a fucking 1800s revolver, but it looks like a short revolver that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo.
Let's observe it, shall we? Let's take a peek at it. Nothing too crazy so far. Can we at least check the bullets? This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun on hand to his shop counter.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. I see, okay, cool. I don't know if that was established last time, I don't remember that.
That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Wasn't there another gun? Didn't we establish that there was another gun? Because we saw a revolver that looked like this, and we also saw a significantly more gray revolver as well, at some point. God damn it, I wish I watched back last session. Ugh. Damn it! Flick out the cylinder. It's not gonna flick out the cylinder, that's fine. Okay. There's nothing new yet with this. We might come back to it later. Yeah, just the cylinder was all that's clickable. I've got a shotgun, a reference, and a fact. I have a shotgun too. Chekhov's gun. All of my guns are Chekhov's guns. Because I fire them pretty much constantly whenever there's a white woman about. Crime scene floor plan. First you fire them up in the air to scare them off. You say, and you fire your gun up in the air. And if they don't retreat, if they start beating their chests and charging, you have to put a couple rounds into them until they fall back. If they start doing their classic battle cry of asking where the manager is, you have no choice. Alright, so there's the entrance, double doors. Counter, and then the room. None of this looks suspicious to me. None of this is striking any... Now here's the thing, he is remarkably close to the door. So, like, look where his feet are, for example. His feet are, like, right the fuck here. And he was shot, like, right here, I think. So, it's possible if his back was right up against the door, they could have shot him through the door to create the muzzle burn if he was right the fuck up against it. Like, I didn't realize how close to he was to the door based on the art, but according to this diagram, he was right up on the door when he fell, so he still could have technically been shot through the door. But it's not looking good for our friend. What's her face? Relbus. Puzzle burn, blood. Nothing crazy going on with his hands? No. So he's not holding anything, he's not writing anything, which are the two usual Ace Attorney things when people are dead. They're doing one of those two actions. He seems like he's just fine, not doing anything too crazy. Cool. The most overwritten jokes from Archer. I still need to watch Archer. I haven't seen it. I want to watch it. I hear it's funny. I honestly am a sucker for overwritten jokes. I like jokes that are like very fucking stupid and up their own ass. It's a simple pleasure for me. Cool. Save complete. Huh. So we know nothing. We know approximately nothing, so not going well.
The moon has turned solely gloom.
I think that's because hoodly doo. Don't throw your fucking cape at me, dickhead.
Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on the 16th of April this year.
You could have just said fucking 3 days ago, bro. You didn't have to be so direct. Oh my god, are you kidding me? The fucking murderers are right there. They have skull and crossbone crosses on their fucking jackets.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie.
Name's Drango Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him.
Ringo Skulkin? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. These guys can't actually be the murderers. I don't like it when the murderers are super fucking obvious. But, like, my god.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
What? Gregson is not having any part of this.
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. God blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we were going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided then and there what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you Big Bruv Skulky.
Okay, so did we see any fruit at any point during the night's events? Because that could be a pretty smoking gun, right? I don't think so, though. We gotta find the fucking missing brother. The fucking passion fruit brother, whatever the fuck.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Skulky Skulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips.
Well done, Inspector Sulky Gregson.
No, that's not his name. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. They have a Chekhov's gun joke. I love Chekhov's gun. I always keep that MF thing on me because I know it's gonna go off. Ew. There's some fucking cultural bacteria growing on my damn copper thing.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but my name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
Yeah, what did he see?
The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they, these three? There, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot.
2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activity, became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say? What an extraordinary coincidence!
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
He He's standing out. He's so small.
Order! Order!
The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow.
Of course, and
Oh, sorry. Getting all my voices mixed up.
Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. Because the Skulkin's never skulking. These are already the fucking worst characters of all time. Their one redeeming quality is the gag where they both look over at the same time in that funny pose.
Get off it!
Witness test. I really like the guy in the middle because he looks like a little dog. He looks like an adorable little dog. Illegal entry. And this guy looks like Mr. L, the Luigi from Mario RPG.
We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the Gap's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, God blimey, we had a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Goonies never die. They really don't. Except for these guys who are also Goonies who are definitely going to the fucking electric chair. That's the only exception to the rule.
A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel?
Yes.
What's the matter, Rudo?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is.
It's all been a pack of lies.
Yeah, honestly, you feel it coming in the air tonight if you could believe that. Begging for us to go in. Alright, we're gonna need to do some pressing, I think. But let's check our evidence real fast, just to see what we have to talk about. The blood samples, Iris's manuscript. Huh. I don't know what the blatant lie he was talking about. I don't remember. We heard a gum shot from the back room. They heard a gum shot from the back room. Let's press that. Let's press the gum shot from the back room. I also want to press the door being locked as well. We heard a gum shot from the back room. A gum shot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that?
Yup, just the one, Governor. I'll swear to that. It was, Dash, it was. I got right, bro. The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember.
When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet.
That's true. I remember him saying that as well.
So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
Sing Phil Collins? What does he say? He says, "Shock the monkey." Was that Phil Collins? Was that Phil Collins, or am I confused it with somebody else? He also says, "This is the world we live in." Yeah, that song's a fucking banger, dude. I love that song. What's it called? The Land of Confusion is great. It's got the creepy music video with all the weird waxy masks. Waxy Maxies.
Yes, my lord, we can.
Oh, that's Peter Gabriel that sings Shock the Monkey. Damn it! He's not Phil Collins. He's similar. He's similar to Phil Collins, but he's definitely distinct.
And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, that is a blatant lie, but we don't have any evidence to contradict it yet. They're also blushing a lot. They're extremely horny. Or drunk. Japanese people blush when they're drunk, so it's always in Japanese games. Here's the thing, though. What do you call it? We don't have any evidence about Sherlock Holmes being fucking shot to death. But, like, they killed Sherlock Holmes is the problem. They kind of murdered Sherlock Holmes, and we're just not talking about it. It's definitely the elephant in the room right now. The fucking murder of a beloved British icon. It's like if the Queen got beaten to death by a baseball bat swinging Hank Aaron. And then, you know, at the trial of Hank Aaron for larceny and tax evasion, it just doesn't come up. It seems relevant to the case at hand. I couldn't remember Hank Aaron's name for a minute. Still not convinced he's a real person. Yeah, Land of Confusion video has the weird puppet mask things. They're creepy. This is the mask they live in. That song is so fucking good. I remember when I was younger, I really didn't like Disturbed at all. Now I can appreciate a Disturbed or two. Ooh, ah, 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 as they once famously quipped. But they had the song Land of Confusion, and I listened to it and I'm like, this song's a fucking banger. This song is so good, but I don't like Disturbed, so what's the deal? And then I look up Land of Confusion, I'm like, oh, they didn't make the song. It was just a cover, and it made sense. Yeah, it was like, I was like, this is like, Disturbed is fine, but this is like a really fucking good song. This is an amazing song. Why did Disturbed write? Were they divinely inspired? And it turns out they were by the god Phil Collins himself. Ooh, ah, ah. I fucking love ooh, ah, ah, ah. And then he has the song where he says, "Fuck you, mom." I did hear their Sound of Silence cover. Hello, darkness, my old friend. And then the comment section said, "Woo! You get him, Disturbed." That's what the lead singer of Disturbed sound like in that song. Fuck you, Disturbed. Nah, Disturbed is fine. I really don't have any beef with Disturbed. I just don't like them very much. I think they're completely, like, inoffensive, but I just don't like them. You know what I'm saying?
We had a gunshot from the back room.
All right, now let's talk about the door being locked from the inside. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom?
If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all.
That's right. What about the Rancid? I don't even know what the Rancid is. I know that they have a secret mascot called the Angry Man. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by a curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door?
Hey?
So something we can trap them with later is the little thing on the door, right? The flappy. There is a flappy on that door, but they wouldn't have been able to see it, so they shouldn't know it exists. They have like a little slot you can open up on that door where you can see into the room. But it should have been covered by the curtain. So if they were really, as they said, not fucking with the door at all, then they shouldn't have known. They shouldn't have known there's anything there. In fact, I don't even know why they know it's locked if they weren't fucking with the door. Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, nice, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways upon hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former.
All right. Somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels. So, I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Okay, so this should be the contradiction, but we don't have any evidence for it still, even after pressing. Because they shot Sherlock Holmes to death before they left. They're kind of omitting that part. They're trying to sneak past the part where they murdered a dude on their way out. You know, they're just trying not to bring it up. Trying to dance around it.
Hold it!
Hello, Sherlock, my old friend.
That was the last thing he heard before Disturbed beat him to death. Before they hit him up with the ooh-ah-ah special. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story?
Well, it was bedlam suit as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me lucky lockets.
What? I didn't have time to pull me dukes out of me lucky locket. Dukes? Fists? Lucky lockets? Lucy lockets, I have no idea. So no time to take your hands out. Pockets, I see. Lucy lockets? What? So no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left. Nice and quiet, you say?
That's right, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me lucky lockets.
So, you'd clearly like us to believe.
Hey, come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say?
Oh my god, look at the guy on the right.
Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway.
It was.
Why, the bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun. As you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes.
They shot the great Mr. Sholmes?
I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital.
The great Sholmes? It's beyond the pale.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it.
Huh. Whoa, that's a crazy looking gun. What? The gun didn't look anything like that.
The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, Count.
This isn't right, though. That wasn't the right gun. What? Was it? I mean, granted, we barely got to see it when the murder happened of Sholmes, but it didn't look like that. This is very weird.
The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
The Skulkin brothers' gun has been added. So they fired one round. Huh. So one round was fired from the pawnbrokers. If you'll recall, though, there is the round that's lodged in the calendar, still unaccounted for. So if we assume that the first encounter happened from the counter, the proprietor shoots, pierces one of the brothers, hits the calendar. It could be their blood. We never found out whose blood it was on the calendar, I don't think. So one gunshot accounted for. One of the brothers gets hit, and possibly the missing brother. Possibly the missing brother. It would explain why neither of them look injured. And then, so proprietor's out of bullets because he only keeps one round loaded because he's a moron. And then they kill him with the skulking brother gun. So that could be the two shots accounted for right there. Possibly, possibly. So once he misses, he's out of ammo. So they go take him hostage, gun to the back, get him to let them in, and then just shoot him point blank to kill him. That could be both shots accounted for, and they're having a way to do it accounted for as well. Lestrade, we still don't know how she fits into this yet at all. It's quite mysterious. Also, if you'll notice, the little brother, even if they didn't like hold the gun at a weird angle, the little brother is definitely small enough to have shot up anyway at the guy. So that argument is gone now. The argument of her being the only person small enough to commit the crime. He definitely is small enough. He's in fact too small. He looking like a damn pigman. The Lamat Revolver. Dude, I love the fucking Lamat Revolver. Are you kidding me? They had that shit at Red Dead Redemption 1. That was like one of my favorite ones. They built all sorts of crazy revolvers back in the day. Back when revolver mania was taking America by storm, there are so many weird revolver ideas that they came up with back then.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend.
Yes?
You stupid! Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. But yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from its cylinder.
Oh my god, they shanty. Poor Danny. Yeah, Danny DeVito might be he's just playing him in the drama, okay? He's standing in for the real killer, who's in the back because he's just too dangerous to put on the stand. This is definitely Always Sunny, Danny DeVito. It's not like Hercules Goatman. He's way too wholesome for this sort of activity.
But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence. What a good lawyer. Because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
He was a good penguin. Was Danny DeVito really the penguin? I don't remember that. You're lying. He was not the penguin. He played Mr. Potato Head, and that's it. That was his only role. Evidence that these two fired the gun before they left Windibanks that night.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof.
Do we have the calendar? Yeah, this one. This should be evidence, right? This should 100% be solid evidence. Because it proves that there were two shots. Unless the bullet passed through Mr. Windibank. No, because Mr. Windibank's blood is blue. Yeah, so this is definitive evidence. There's a bullet lodged in the calendar, there's a bullet lodged in Windibank's heart. Yeah, this is definitive. That should work. That should work just fine. He was a penguin? What? I don't remember that at all. Him and Rhea played baddies in Matilda. Yeah, I don't remember that. That's crazy. I love Danny DeVito. He's a hell of a lucky man, and I think he knows it because he's like really charming all the time and nice to everybody. I think he realizes that a dude who looks and sounds like that would never in a billion years make it in Hollywood, but somehow he did. Through sheer fucking force of will, too. It's extremely impressive. It's hard to make it in Hollywood if you're not like a complete fucking Adonis. Like a top 0.00001% attractiveness person. And even if you're not attractive, you still have to be like ugly in a creepy way so you can play villains at the very least. Danny DeVito's just kind of like a weird looking dude, but he doesn't look particularly threatening or anything, you know? He's just a talented fella.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm?
Yeah, no, this one.
Take that!
Dig that. The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth have you there, counsel?
During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
I don't care. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you.
Well, anyway, despite the racism, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded these results in the portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
It's this one.
Take that!
Dig that.
What is that? Explain!
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Oh my God! Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears a bullet is still lodged there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day the pawnbroker died. Oh. I didn't know that. I'm so bad at keeping track of dates. I thought that was a clue. I remember I talked about it during the stream too. I'm like, aha, the calendar's wrong. So therefore, blah, 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 blah. But no, the calendar was right. I'm just stupid. That's the trick. I was the dumb one, not the calendar.
It occurred 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night.
Hey, snoopity-doo!
Look at his little box he stands on.
Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks?
Also, I will notice that they said that Gregson is like a perfect stand-in for their brother, right? They're like, he looks just like our brother, and I think that's for a reason. I think that's a very clear hint that you're supposed to assume it's like tiny brother, middle-sized brother, very tall brother, right? It's like singular raising the bar. Boop, boop, boop. So the tallest brother, I think, probably is the one who got shot up against the calendar, because the calendar was like pretty high on the wall. I don't think middle brother, like tall brother, is tall enough to have reached the calendar and then still gotten shot. I think the missing brother is the key to all this. I think the missing brother is probably the key to all this. He was the one who was shot through him and hitting the calendar behind him. There's no one else tall enough, right? Like, it definitely couldn't have been Lestrade. She's incredible. She's like 4'11". She's ridiculously small.
How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks?
If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection.
What?
But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
No, impossible.
4 rounds of Russian roulette. I won 1 and lost 3. Oh. Well, your chance, it depends how many people you play with, right? If you're playing with 1 person, that's pretty bad. If you're playing with 6 people, you're probably gonna lose a lot. You keep getting ads for Star Trek Discovery. Ugh. I genuinely can't figure out why my fucking shitty Twitch keeps running so many goddamn ads. I checked the ad frequency and it's so small. There's such a low ad frequency on my settings, but they just keep fucking running ads every 2 seconds. It's super goddamn annoying. At least it keeps the pre-rolls off. That's the one upside to it.
Hey!
Take it easy there, Governor.
We got a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes.
It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks?
As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these 2 men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all.
No, that's a big assumption, bro. You assuming too much, Van Zeeks. He's assuming way too much. I mean, it's his job, too. He's doing a good job, but This is doing a lot of legwork, assuming that the older brother wasn't there at all, right? Like the big tall brother. There could still be a third gun we haven't seen yet, easily. Because there's an entire fucking brother criminal missing. Now, at the scene of the crime, if you think back to when we saw it happen, we did see like a short guy and a tall guy, right? So it does kind of check out. But at the same time, I don't think that one of the guys we saw was that fucking short. I'm not convinced that tiny dude was actually there that night at all. Or at least as far as we saw. Because we did see a tall guy and a short guy, but that short? I don't know. I think we might have seen missing brother and middle brother, as opposed to middle brother and tiny brother. That seems a little more likely to me. Let's check out the gun real fast, too, while we have the chance. And profiles. Ringo skulking and Nash skulking. They're pretty adorable. I'm not gonna hold it against them. Yeah, that's all we have for now. I wonder if Star Trek Discovery is any good. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched any Star Trek show in many a fucking eons. Not since Deep Space Nine. Open this. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver, 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windibank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay!
Cheap, 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 cheap. No, I'm not buying any of this. Listen, I could be misremembering because this trial was like a fucking week ago, the first part of it, the investigation, but I seem to recall the revolver looking different. It was this color, like it was grayer. I remember that. I was like, look, one of the revolvers is like dark gray, the other one's like light gray. But did it look like this? From the front, it looks like indistinguishable from a regular revolver, but I don't know. I think this is murder weapon, and then there's another revolver we haven't seen yet that's the Sholmes killing gun. Or vice versa, but I can't remember. I can't remember if it looked like this. Guldukat. Yeah, Guldukat's pretty good. I also like the guy from TNG who tried to blow up the bases in the neutral zone. He was cool too.
We have to take the fight to them before they make war on us.
And Picard says, no, 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 sir. Star Trek Discovery gets good after the first season. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, I feel like anytime a new Star Trek show gets greenlit, it doesn't even necessarily have to be a showrunner who doesn't want to do it like Star Trek, but like there has to be so much pressure from the studio telling them like, be the Mandalorian, make Game of Thrones, right? Like trying to get a bigger, more widespread appeal. It's got to be so hard to actually like put together a Star Trek show and have the network not fuck with it, not completely wreck it and make it stupid. And in its defense as well, I haven't seen it, but if it gets better after the first season, that's also true of literally all of the Star Trek shows. TNG's first season is like fairly mediocre, and then it gets amazing from season 2 onwards. And the original series started off like kinda weak as well, the first few episodes. Aside from the very first one, the Menageries though. But yeah, the Star Trek shows generally take a second to like get on their feet, you know, to find the rhythm.
They have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all.
So that's it. Yeah, baby. Woo! They got their secret handshake. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. Look how happy the guy on the right is. He fucking loves it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder.
What a catalog, eh, fellas?
Aye. We're in for it now, bro. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Show.
Dude, I think the dumbest Star Trek villain of all time was fucking Moriarty. I forgot that shit fucking happened. In TNG, Data creates like a really realistic Moriarty on the holodeck, and because he has to be a Moriarty for Data's version of Sherlock Holmes, who's way better because he's a robot, the Moriarty is like a super god. And then he becomes so smarterer and betterer that he escapes from being a hologram and starts like taking over the whole ship. It's really stupid. It's actually probably one of the dumbest plot points in any of the Star Trek shows. I liked it, but it was quite fucking dumb. Man, I love Data. He's a man after my own heart. He loves going to the holodeck to play Sherlock Holmes and fucking Cowboy Days. That's what I would do if I had a holodeck. I wouldn't be playing this fucking game. I'd be living it.
It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly.
Where's he going with this?
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Red Dead revolvers.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
I fucking forgot about the security cams. Holy shit, I'm dumb. Yeah, every 30 minutes, the security cam goes off. He did have a pet cat named Spot. He was dope. He also built a daughter, like it was a fucking Build-A-Bear workshop. He was a weird guy. I like Data. He's actually like a really good representation of like ethical sociopathy. It's very interesting. He has like no human emotions, but he uses logic to be a good person. It's very cool. Well, he tries. He does some incredibly fucked up shit, but it's never intentional. Oh, I got you. Yeah, here's the thing. I feel like a lot of shows now do that, where they just have to prove that they're cool and hip. Like, plot twists for the sake of plot twists and random character deaths are very big now. It's a huge thing. I talked about it a little bit, I think during one of these sessions, but like, a lot of new movies and new shows use character death as just like cheap drama, right? It like heightens the stakes and the tension seemingly, even if nothing's actually happening in the story. It'll allow you to kind of elevate your material. Because it's like, oh no, that character died. Why did they die? What purpose did it serve the plot? That doesn't matter, they're dead, isn't it crazy? Like, it happens a lot. It happens a whole lot now. Because it's a lot easier than actually writing like tightly written scripts.
What is it, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device.
Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that, if the thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed.
The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question.
What is...
Oh no.
I'm trying so hard to see if there's any difference. It looks exactly the same.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory faction.
Did we get a copy of these? I need to look at them one at a time. Fuck. I was focusing on, like, skull area and, like, mostly the desk, but I didn't check anything to do with the curtains or anything like that. God damn it.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
It's a bit of fried talk, eh, bro? Lady Luck loves the Scopy.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Hey, it must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just go on 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
What? Oh, this is very bad. Okay, that's not great. Okay, yeah, this is not good. This could be better. This definitely could be better. Oh, god damn it, Lestrade. You fucker. That's really funny. I will beat the... That's a very Star Trek solution to a problem. Especially like the original series. In early Star Trek, the way you solved every problem was by punching a monster in the head. It was pretty great. That was like Kirk's version of captaining, right? He would beat up monsters and then have sex with the ones he didn't want to beat up.
Good lord!
I won't do it. I won't kill the Gorn. I can't do it.
It's the defendant!
Bro, this is not good. Okay, let's brainstorm here. How could this have happened and it's not her fucking trying to murder him? Well, she could have taken him into the back room, right? Take the gun, you're gonna bring me to the back room now. They go into the back room, then the skulking brokings come and attack them while they're in the back room. No, because then that wouldn't explain the calendar gunshot. Okay, other explanation. The skulking brothers broke in right now, and this guy's like paralyzed with fear when they're coming to hold up the joint. Lestrade goes and grabs the gun, and she's about to spin around to face him. And then she shoots, pierces the brother, hits the calendar, and then they knock her out, take the guy in the back, and shoot him. Possibly? Maybe. That could explain it. I mean, it would be very fucking convenient for the prosecution that this is the photo that resulted from that situation, but all of these actions would have to happen, right? She'd have to go up to the counter, grab the gun, photo goes off, she turns around, takes the shot, then everything plays out. It would be very convenient timing, but possibly it could happen. Other explanation, she's a fucking murderous beast. She killed his ass. This is not looking good.
It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade!
As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Yeah, that was my first thought too, which is not a good thing.
Wait, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic printed evidence, if you please.
No! Fuck. We also need the fucking, like, sample ones. The ones that went off when nothing was happening, so we can compare them. Dude, everybody on my friends list is going on to Pokemon Diamond Pearl right now. I'm thinking about getting that, I don't know. I need to see more from the game first. I hear it lets you use some, like, cool Pokemon that you don't normally get to during the story. I won't spoil what, but... He's got the gun. Now the question... That is Windibank's gun, yeah? Let's check. Yeah, I think so. I think so. This is like the silvery looking one. Like the silvery looking one here. This is Windibank's gun. We're almost positive. Anything about her that's strange? Nope, normal. She's wearing Gilded's coat, which was right. She's got the hat, the scarf, the bag, like everything she usually has. Nothing weird there. Skullman doesn't have his top no more. Was that gone before? Did Skullman not have a top before? That could be different. The door and curtain are still normal. Windibank's fine. The ledger's on the table. The papers are all on the table. Dog photos here. Cat photos. The oil lamp's here too. Aha, the oil lamp is still here. And it's not on! Aha! I see! Okay, that's actually interesting information we didn't have before. By the time we got to the store, the oil lamp was burning. Remember, that's how we knew anything was happening, was the oil lamp was visible from the street. But in this photograph, the oil lamp is turned off. Aha! That's actually huge. That's very fucking important. So, possible things going on right now. Skull is missing the top, and oil lamp is off. Besides that, everything looks very normal, as you'd expect. God, I wish we had some fucking... It showed us the 3, like, sample pictures, but they went by so fast, and we don't get them taken into evidence. Fuck me. Dig it. Ugh.
I don't believe it. Ginny?
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank.
Ah!
Impossible. She would not do this. I say, my lord. Who's this? It's Gilded.
Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a bully bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand in 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman. And? What exactly is your point?
Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. A daily battle of life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And now we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all, and all for one.
The voices are all starting to blend together. This is not going well.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is it correct?
In a manner of speaking, yes. That's the Gilded Squadron's position, sir.
What? No! It's too soon to make a judgment.
Status report for the court, men. On the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth is now undeniable. Stop.
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky.
Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Oh no.
Guilty.
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 I love how close my voice for the old man in the doctor's coat is. It's actually like fucking spot on. The rest of them are awful.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already.
That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Oh god.
What? Oh, who could have foreseen this?
And then the prosecutor's gonna be like,
You're out of your mind. Who would ever request that thing that defeated me 3 times in a row in court?
Very well. The court grants permission.
alright,
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
okay, at least they're less shocked this time. It was getting really hilarious that every single time they get shocked at me using the best tool possible.
We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Man, I was almost on a jury earlier this year, a couple months back. I got called for jury duty, but I was dismissed. They selected like a huge jury pool because I thought I was going to be involved in some crazy big case. Because it was originally like 500 people. And then the Zoom thing, there was like a Zoom one that narrowed it down to like fucking 100. And then there was like another preliminary that narrowed it down to the final ones, and I wasn't in the final cut. But yeah, I thought it was going to be a big trial, but it was just because it was the first in-person trial after COVID ended. Well, you know, in Texas, we decided that it's over. We've decided that we're going to live in our own reality, where COVID is just gone now. So, you know, it was the first in-person one. So I had to go in person to the courthouse for the final round. But yeah, I didn't end up being selected. But they told me that was the reason there was such a massive jury pool, was because it was like they weren't sure how everything was going to work out since it was the first time back in person. They weren't sure how many people were actually going to show. The juror's contention.
All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt to this young pickpocketian.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
I have little left in there. I should think there'll be some repercussions by now. Wait, what? Sorry, if I have left it in there, I think there will be some repercussions by now.
So, let's check the court record. He said if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out, which is like just referencing his occupation as a stereoscopeman, but I think might actually end up being very important as well, because maybe it'll let us see the differences between like near identical photographs, right? Because we did a huge segment where they taught us about how stereoscopes work, which feels like it'll just be wasted if it doesn't come up during the trial at all. I think we're gonna have to find more similar photographs and try to like spot the difference. Yeah, but dub. What else? This guy also clearly is super important, but I don't get how yet. He keeps talking about leaving something there. Leaving what? Where?
I should think there will be repercussions by now.
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow. Stop.
In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. That's not how it works. Convinced? No. Wait, what? Innocent?
The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant.
Yeah, but they're not innocent. They still did all that other shit.
They do implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by the witnesses.
Not to mention this print.
Garadeb and the old man are just gonna have the same voice, okay? I don't have that many old men voices in me.
Take it from a girl who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to the situation than we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
It's crazy how fucking consistent the summation examination is, too. It's like the beginning of every single trial so far. The first, like, cross-examination always ends in one of these. It's like they're testing me. It's almost like they're testing me, Mr. Naruhodo-sama. It's almost as though they were testing Mr. Naruhodo. All this evidence points to the girl. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Let's talk to the old man, because I want to know what the fuck he's talking about. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that.
So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it that you think you've left behind?
Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing. Went in through the abdomen.
Did you leave your watch? The classic old doctor joke?
When I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel.
Oh god, that's way worse. Jesus Christ.
I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
He sounds like the real brains in the field. Did he? Surely not.
Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. I really left my scalpel inside the fella's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made everything as back as it was as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. He needs to be Morshu from The Legend of Zelda The Save. That didn't help at all. None of these people are even talking about the fucking trial at hand. Yo, what up, Alulim? He said John again. He said Kobanwa, John-sama. Genki desu ka? That's what he says every time. I still don't recognize all the letters, but I just, from context clues, that's what he always says. That's the only reason I guessed that. Yeah, let's go context clues. Woohoo! Context clues. Context clues. Woohoo, baby. Dude, I'm actually learning fucking Japanese right now. Alulim is the Duolingo owl for a new generation. Ding, 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 ding. Alulim, you'll be displeased to know that this game is incredibly racist towards Japanese people. This prosecutor, Van Zeeks, says that all Japanese people are traitors. Yoshi! The I is silent. It means wow. Yosh! That's what Eggman says in Sonic Adventure 2! God, I'm autistic. God, that was literally my first fucking reaction upon hearing that. It was not like, oh, what a neat cultural factoid. It was my brain flashing back to useless information that is stored for 20 fucking years, which is me as a 5-year-old playing Sonic Adventure in the Chow Garden and petting a Chow and Eggman says Yosh. Yosh! Yosh! That's what he says when you pet the Chows. Let's talk to juror number 1, aka Mr. Garadeb. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Fun fact, you know when they say sugoi in porn. What? It means surprisingly good. That's kind of a burn. That's actually kind of a sick burn. Also, I don't think they say that in porn. Sugoi! Nobody says that. That's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. They do in Japanese, porn. You know what? Fair enough. I'm not actually much of a porn expert, so I guess I'll take your word for it. I think we did rather do a lot for you, didn't we? Also, fun fact about Japanese porn is that most of it is like extremely fucking suspect and kind of not okay. Because the Yakuza runs a lot of the porn industry in Japan. They have like a real stranglehold on the porn industry. So a lot of porn actors and actresses are people who are like exploited into doing it because they have huge debts to the Yakuza, or their family does. So they'll like take the daughter of a family that has a huge debt and make her act in porn to pay off the debt. Pretty fucked up. The porn industry in most places is incredibly fucked up. Bop, 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 bop. I think we rather did a lot for you, didn't we?
You sent my wife to jail, asshole!
I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. He's pissed.
Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of Garadeb's house was the talk of the town after that business. Rogers moved out, and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancy.
Oh.
Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. Did do rather a lot. But not for us, that's for dash certain.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mr. Gardayon. There was a guy who made AI to depixelate Japanese porn. And they arrested him. That's so fucking funny. Japanese people are insane. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it's true. What the fuck is that story from start to finish? Japan outlaws porn not being censored, which leads to the rise of tentacle porn hentai cartoons. And then a guy makes AI to de-censor vaginas, and they put him in jail for it. What the fuck is any of that story? Hentai is actually just means perverted. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's like pervert porn, because it's weird. That makes sense. Dun, 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 dun. Weird ass country, dude. I love Japan. They have a deer park. They have a place called Nara Deer Park. That's just like all the deers roam the streets. It's like post-apocalyptic deer world. My sister went there. She visited Japan. I have not been to Japan. I want to go to Japan and I want to go to Kyoto, the most historical city, like the big historical tourist crap. And I want to go to Fox Island. They also have an island that's like all foxes. I really want to go to Fox Island in Kyoto. Besides that, I don't really have any crazy places I want to visit in Japan.
Yes, can't be denied. You did rather do a lot. But not for us, that's for dash certain.
I suppose not. They have more vending machines than people. I'd buy it. They have less people by the day and more vending machines. Yeah, you told me. I think you told me that. You told me that they were deer. Somebody told me that they were to scare deer because you could build them at Animal Crossing. And someone was telling me about that. That's crazy. It's so weird. It makes sense though. Deer don't like sharp noises. Foxes shouldn't be in such close confines with one another. Yeah, well, the thing is, they just kind of like breed out of control because they just leave them to their devices, you know? It's like Fox fucking Island.
Boss? There could also be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously. But honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial and less to the juror number 2.
As a housemaid, I would like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesore?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen. The scum of the earth.
A little harsh, perhaps.
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. Just take a fucking AK through the slums? What the fuck is wrong with her?
At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London's streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Mr. Sholmes, a maid?
It's really quite
Unforgivable!
Gutter scum, having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
That's why she's so pissed off. Minor detail. It was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway.
Yes, all right. I shall amend my statement.
Dirty Fox is Kitsune Kitanai. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why? Why? Why translate Dirty Fox? Foxes are never dirty. They're orange. I love foxes. I like fennec foxes a lot too, and arctic foxes. Foxes make really obnoxious noises too. They go. They're the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Okay, well, we can contradict that with what the other guy said. Alright, let's do it. This guy says the brother are innocent, and the other girl says the brothers should fucking hang for their crimes. So that's a bit of a contradiction between those two. There we go.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself!
Oh my statement. Contradictory.
Contradict. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand.
They shot the fucking Kitsune Kitanai, dude. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Abdomen. Abdomen. ABD. Sir! Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Ah, here is word. Abdomen. Part of person body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury? He started making mouse noises. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. Ah, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. This guy's a bright cookie. Don't squeeze your mouse, God. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who look like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. That means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now! It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. And I feel bad for the mouse, too. He's being squeezed. I must see with own eyes. I will investigate crime scene myself. Afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Runo, easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Ah,
If you compare the print that pictures of Ginny and the print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Gooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Tut tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one.
Aka is red, not Aku. Yeah, Aku is the guy from fucking, he's the guy from Samurai Jack, bro. He's the angry tree. He's the angriest tree I've ever seen since Dark Souls 3. Stop, Sausage Toes. You're squeezing your fucking mouse way too often, bro. That's the sound of his mouse. Just squeezing the old mouse, nothing to see here.
Following this, the victim and the accused move into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out.
They heard the fucking proprietor squeezing his mouse in the background.
Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
Wait, difference? Possibly? I need to see.
As far as I can tell.
No, okay, it's the same. I couldn't, the print is like really small here, the one that's under the text box of the cat. So I thought that that one, the cat, it looks kind of like he's laying down like that. Like little head here, then the body like that. But it's just the weight of the snowman. I thought it was the weight of the cat.
Nothing has been taken.
I thought they swapped the picture out. They just broke the fucking oil light, that's all. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print.
I do.
So the brother who looked like criminals only told one lie. I'm saving. Manny Calavera, he was in the shop. He said, I don't really want to do that. They asked him to be a key witness for this case, but he did not show up. He couldn't figure out how to progress out of the room he was stuck in. Turns out he had to find the toaster and stick the fork in so that the key would fall out the bottom. That game was fucking impossible, dude. It was so hard. It was a really good game, though. But I got stuck so often. The puzzles were not easy. So a brother who looked like criminal told one lie. They shot the man, but stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Oh. Aku in Japanese means funny and also evil. Oh. So he's a funny, evil tree. That makes sense. He was like a bit of a prankster. And by that I mean he murdered people for fun. It was just a jolly prankster, you know? Good job, Samurai Jack. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Yeah! Yeah! Funny like a queer or funny haha? I think honestly a little bit of both. Little column A, little column B. Because like, the tree was like oddly obsessed. He was like fixating real hard on Samurai Jack. I feel like a lot of people who are closeted will find ways to be fucking obsessed with men in a not gay way, right? It's like, that's when you get people who are like constantly talking about Donald Trump's hands. They're talking about Obama's tan suit, just like all day, every day, obsessing over it. It was like when Ken Starr got hired for the Clinton investigation, and he would spend all day like hiking to the top of a mountain to commune with God about Bill Clinton's penis. These are not straight behaviors. It gets to the point where it's a little like, haha, funny, but also queer funny at the same time. You know what I'm saying? I think Aku had a little bit of that. He was like a little too happy to fight Samurai Jack all the time, is all I'm saying.
Well done, Aruno. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying than I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn the situation around to our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination.
So that dumbass fucking maid-ass girl didn't change hers? What a hoe. Another print in the court record. Wonder if we can make use of that. Yub, 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 yub. In Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Yub, yub, hub, hub, hub. So, yeah, here's the thing. Oil lamp is still solid in this one, and then see it's shattered in this. The oil lamp is totally shattered. Let's see if we can find any other differences. Skull is already empty. I don't think it ever had a top. I think I was just wrong about that. But yeah, everything else looks pretty similar. At least as far as I can see. The curtain is moved. The curtain's moved as well. Curtain is moved as well. See, now you can see this. In the other photo, you can't see that. See, curtain moved. Curtain moved. Oil lamp busted. Anything else? I gotta be real careful here, because this could be important stuff. I mean, it's almost definitely important stuff. Everything else looks the same to me. Everything, I don't see anything else obvious. Ding dong. Yeah, looks the same to me besides that. So oil lamp got broken and door was disturbed. All right, let's talk to this guy who wants us to look at the photograph.
He knows something too!
Because he's evil as hell. It makes the violence better if at any moment they get to have sex. That is true. It's like, I mean, even this game has it, right? Like, well, the old one did. Ace Attorney 1 through 3. It was like Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth had so much fucking sexual tension. It was just like all their interactions were just brimming with sexual tension, and it made their rivalry that much better. The fact that they could start fiercely docking at any moment during the trial. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl's about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun.
All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it can reveal all sorts of new information.
By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes?
Oh, how'd you know?
Let's call it a lucky guess.
It never gets old, seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity.
Of course.
Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we can only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen.
If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Dub, dub, yabba, dub. Damn it. So we press this, we press this, we press this. We haven't talked to her yet because she's just insane.
Hold it!
Hold it! Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yes, from the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey.
Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world.
What? Is that true? They had that shit between Japan and England? No, that would be impossible. That's ancient alien shit, dude. How the fuck did the English go to the bottom of the ocean all the way from England to Japan and lay electrical cables? I refuse to believe that shit. That's crazy. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. That's literally ancient alien stuff.
You are well informed, young lady.
Hee
But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried on airwaves to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric.
Right. Try not to wear out your finger.
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution.
She's geeking, dude.
And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle! I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Yeah, I thought this guy would be pissed about that. I thought he'd be slightly mad about that.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but...
What?
You perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess.
Oh, you bet I do.
Say that again. Go on, I dare you.
Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think you just might be, yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh?
Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional.
What a great way to appease the man.
No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate.
What sort of possibilities?
Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before.
What?
Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
Absolutely! How about this print here? Should do the trick, I think. Dib dibba doob doob. Chazoon!
Take that!
She's nowhere near enough fast for her job. That is true. She's kind of slow at... Well, you know, it's a new technology. Give her some time. She's basically trying to play the Cowboy Bebop intro on her little stereogram. Here's the problem. Cowboy Bebop Netflix thing came out, and I'm not gonna fucking watch it, first of all. The live-action Cowboy Bebop just came out, though. Either that or it's coming out? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it. All I know is people are rip-snorting mad about it. All right, then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints?
Of course I can.
Very well, then. I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Take that!
Take that. All right. These 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in Windibanks on the night in question.
Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. You know how stereographic images work. You understand the principle?
Dude, we fucking went over this for like 20 minutes last week. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Kyle Rittenhouse's prosecutors were not allowed to pinch zoom a drone video. The judge decided they need to prove no AI added pixels. What? Zoom and enhance? Like some zoom and enhance stuff? That's awesome. There does exist that technology now. That's actually gonna, I don't think it's a real concern now, but it's gonna become a real concern pretty soon. Because the zoom and enhance technology actually is starting to come out. I know a dude who works in that kind of shit in Silicon Valley, and yeah, it's like becoming a thing. He doesn't work on it, but he works adjacent to it, like he knows people who are working on that same stuff. Basically, it's like smart technology, where if you zoom in a picture, in order to keep like a good image quality so it doesn't become all bitted up, it starts like adding in the rest of the image. It's like auto-filling based on image prediction technology. It's pretty fucking interesting. It's pretty fucking cool stuff. Now, at the moment, it's pretty bad, to my knowledge, but yeah, eventually it'll become a pretty scary technology. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as though it were deaf. The judge gave them 15 minutes to get an expert witness on the subject. What? God, dude. That judge seems very crazy, man. I don't know enough about the trial. I didn't keep up with it enough to have any opinion on the verdict, in one way or another, but oh my god, the judge seems very nuts. I feel like when it comes to the people involved in that trial, the prosecution and the judge seemed like remarkably fucking inept. Both of those parties seemed like they were very crazy.
Yes, exactly.
It seemed like a weird fucking trial.
It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important.
So, what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then?
Oh, no, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally, anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret.
No, she's doing it again! Ah! That's so creepy. That happened last week, too, and it's the weirdest shit.
I have.
This is actually just Doki Doki Literature Club 2, Revenge of the Tiny Pink Idiots. They had a tiny pink idiot in that game, too. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on.
I was really hoping that it was just gonna slowly drift back apart and then go too far, just keep going. That would have been way better.
Ding, 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 ding. Go on.
Yeah, the judge was really bad. Like, it was pretty fucking absurd. The prosecution just fucked themselves really hard. I still remember, like, day one of the trial, I was like, it's just over. Like, the trial's done. They called in a witness that completely sunk them. Overwrite the save data. There we go. There is an obvious difference. There are two people in the first and no people in the second.
Well, yes, you could see that one straight away. But now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions.
All right, I'll give it a go. So, start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. I literally can't do it. It doesn't work. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap. Wait. Can you just do it for me, video game? I can't do it. Did you manage to see it properly? No! I'm just not very good at this, that's the trouble.
Oh, don't worry, I have just the thing. I happen to bring it with me. A portable stereoscope.
Okay, thank God. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but if you've had that contraption with you from the outset, you could have saved me staring at Mr. Windebank and Gino like I hate them all the time.
And if you remember, I said in reply that it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eye. Anyway, why don't we try using that helpful little aid? Here it goes.
Huh. Now, let's see what we've got. Wait, look at that! Ah! What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter, sort of, they jump out at you. No, they're all doing it. Damn it didn't show Van Zeek's doing it, though.
Yes, that's it, you see? That's the amazing power of stereoscopes.
Other amazing power?
Is someone gonna explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that?
I'll thank you for that. If you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question.
Basic principles of the stereoscope?
As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all.
Yeah, okay.
It's a slight shift in positions of certain objects that lets you see the picture three-dimensionally.
In other words, even though at first glance it would seem the objects on the counter haven't moved at all, it shows that actually, there has been a slight shift in their positions. Wow, that's so crazy. I still can't see it. Even though it's telling me that it's all shifted, I just can't see it at all. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. I'm trying to use, like, you see the pink and green lines, too, on the table near the photograph and the oil lamp and stuff? I'm trying to use that to compare the positions, but, like, everything except for the oil lamp and stuff seems, like, identical. The, clipboards, I can't tell any noticeable difference. The photo in the bottom, yeah, it all looks so similar. It's crazy. Same with the oil, or the little quill pen. Book, as well, the Heath Ledger, if you will. Wow, it's very subtle.
Yes, there must have been.
Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I haven't the first idea.
You know, Runo, it's quite simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I know. It was taking 30 minutes. I do remember when he made the jury applaud the witness. That was pretty fucking absurd. Yeah, something people don't know is that a lot of judges are just really fucking ass. When I went to jury duty, the judge there was, like, very obviously super fucking inept. He was a stand-in judge for a judge who was, like, on vacation, who was gonna be gone the day of the trial or whatever. And he just had no fucking idea what he was doing. It was pretty bizarre. It was very strange. There's an old lawyer joke that says, what do you call the guy with the lowest grade in law school? Your Honor. It's just kind of a known factor. It's because, much like most things, you can follow the money for the most part. And judges do not make that much compared to, like, high-powered lawyers. So you tend to have, like, less competent people going for the judge position, as opposed to wanting to be, like, a high-powered prosecution lawyer. Like, you can make a ton of money if you're a highly skilled lawyer. But if you're a highly skilled judge, you could be making way more as a lawyer, so there's not a great incentive to be one.
30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly. Shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Zookers!
Someone tampered?
New information, stop. Not mentioned in the testimony so far, stop.
Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the Summation Examination now. Obviously, I'm not trying to say all judges are shitty at their jobs. Like, obviously, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that there's, like, not a great incentive to be a judge compared to other things. It's not great. So it leads to some situations where you do get bad judges because of that. It's kind of like being a teacher, you know? People are like, why are so many teachers assholes? And it's like, well, there's not a great incentive to become a teacher in the first place. It's like, you have to do a lot of schooling to become one, and then you don't get paid well to be one. It's kind of a mess. Like, the risk reward is not great. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift of the items in the counter. Yeah, I don't know. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift on the items on the counter. Okay, let's walk through this step by step. Let's go through this step by step. I need a second to think. Here in Wisconsin, we elect judges. Oh my god. That does explain everything. That's crazy. You have to run to be a judge? I actually didn't know that. Ringo Skulkin. Nash Skulkin. My gut says it's one of these guys, right? Because they're fucking with the building. But there's other possibilities too. Lestrade could have done something to it. Possibly. She was there. She's like the least likely. Now here's a kind of a Hail Mary that's possible, is Pop could be responsible. Because what we're not seeing is like everything flung about. We're just seeing a small shift. He's a hefty fella. When he fell, it hit the floor, it could have caused everything to like just slightly shift, you know? Like a really heavy weight hitting the ground in the next room. It's a small shop. It could have caused everything to just like slightly move. But I think this is just the robbers. Because last week, God, I really wish I had watched back last week's session. I really wish I had. I think that the lamp was destroyed after we got there. Because when we arrived, wasn't that the reason we knew something was even going on in Pop's store? Was because we saw the oil lamp in the window, but now the oil lamp's destroyed. I think it was these guys. I think I'm just not remembering. The Pop thing also makes sense, but it's like a huge leap of logic. Usually, keyword being usually, this game does not expect you to make giant leaps of logic. It just usually follows a pretty steady pace of like evidence leading to evidence. So it would be a pretty big assumption to assume that this guy falling over caused everything to shift. I think I'm just gonna go with these guys and see what happens.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockett. My phrasebook says that dukes meaning hands, and Lucy Lockett's meaning pockets. But this is another lie! Go Badgers! Is that the name of the Wisconsin Badger team? When I was in school, my team was the, Titans, which is not a cool team name. They should have called us like the Geekin' Eagles or something cool like that, you know? But no, we were the fucking Titans. That's not a cool name. This is another lie? Is this what you are saying? My sister, when she went to college, she went to Amherst, and their mascot is just like a random dude. It's super stupid. I can't remember, it's like the Lord Jeff or something. It's the guy who founded the college or something. And so their mascot is just like a dude. He's just like a guy with a big old cartoon head. It's like the worst mascot of all time. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now hold on a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree.
The accused is... Oh, this is the wrong voice.
The accused is a common pickpurse. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on that counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony.
But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here?
Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Huh. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize the testimony given by her two thieves?
Well said.
Oh, I get it now. I get it now. You guys are so crazy. Are you kidding me? I actually totally get what's happening now. I get it now. It all makes so much sense. This guy is a metaphor. He's a stand-in for the Skulkin brothers. The Skulkin brothers have been skulking around in the pawnbrokery, the prawnbokery, for days leading up to this crime. They've been like scoping the place out or stealing stuff or whatever. And they left something behind. They left a tool behind in the pawnbroker. And they knew that if Pop Windibank found it, then they would be found out. So they had to come back and get it. They had to come back and get whatever they had left behind on the counter. So it's like this guy with his scalpel, right? He's like, I was doing surgery and I left my scalpel inside his belly. It's like, it's the same thing. It's the same shit. That's why they were there. Unfortunately, I don't remember what the counter looked like last week. There has to have been something on the counter last week's session that's not there now. Fuck. There has to be. Yeah, there's got to be something that was on the counter last week and is no longer there, but I have no idea. I don't remember. Damn it.
I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
Not guilty!
He hits it with his damn head. Listen, he doesn't want to get his gloves dirty, okay? He's got to keep them shits pristine for the surgeries and such.
Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes are playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Yeah, baby. Woohoo!
The Summation Examination was a thrilling success.
Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey, we did it. Yeah, this is all starting to make sense. This is all starting to make so much sense.
It would seem this trial is yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the Summation Examination to conclusion examination, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful.
Good call, girl. Yo, what up, Tasty Giggity? Welcome back. Good to see you, dude. How you doing today? You got here just in time for me to sort of possibly have an idea of what's going on. I was very confused in this trial up until this point. Okay, so yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, I'm really leaning towards Holmes's theory being true, but not how he thought it was. Does that make sense? Does what I just said make any sense? Remember when Holmes was, like, trashing that other criminal? The guy who was there to steal the coat? He said that the guy was there to, like, dig a hole to the bank that's across the street. I think that's what the Skulkin brothers have been doing. The Deacon brothers were actually the ones who were trying to get across the street. And they've been coming in here at night to do it. They've been coming in here at night to break in and then get across the street, but they left a tool behind that they had to go recover. And so that's when Pop Windabank saw him, and then they had to kill him. That's, you know what? Because he probably would have gone home by then, but Lestrade was holding him up so she could get into the back room, so they stumbled upon him. They were waiting for the time when he usually goes home. They bust in because it's past that time, and they're like, ah, shit, there are people here, our cover's blown. But all they really wanted to get their shit back. That has to be what it is. It makes too much sense. It all adds up. It all adds up. You just got off of work and you're about to play some Shining Pearl. Nice! Let me know how it is. Yeah, dude, there are so many people on my Switch friends list. Just all during today I've been getting on Shining Pearl. People are digging that game. Especially before I started stream. I had my Switch on today to try to get the, like, video stuff done. And my mic stuff done. And just, like, I kept seeing, like, person is now playing Shining Pearl or Dithering Diamond. Dazzling Diamond or whatever it's called. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. But alright. Sorry, what twice? Oh, the stereoscope, of course. Cool.
Lord Benzie, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
Oh my god, Iris is so creepy looking in the 3D far shots. She looks like an absolute gremlin. That's great. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. Okay, you'll come back when you're home. Sounds good. No worries. Also, by the way, everybody, I did up my bitrate because my new monitor supports a higher resolution. It's 1920 by 1080 as opposed to 1360 by whatever, so the stream bitrate is now higher, which should hopefully mean a better picture, but it also might mean like more stuttering. So if your stream is like stuttering, that might be why. You should click the little cogwheel and turn to a lower resolution on your end. I believe since I'm an affiliate, you should be able to do that. You should be able to like choose the quality on your own. So yeah, if you're having troubles with the connection, that might be why. I'm on a higher bit right now. I won't stop pushing them until I've proven Gina innocent. Cool. To be continued. Dang! That was only the to be continued?
Oh my god.
This trial is so crazy, dude. There has to be a twist, right? Because as of now, it's like the Deacon brothers just did it. And we're just getting to the how. And it's already kind of coming together how. There has to be a twist. It's like too obvious right now what's happening. There has to be something behind the scenes we haven't seen yet.
Order, please! Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
Bam, 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 bam. They're sweating up a fucking storm now, dude. They're schwitzing.
I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination.
Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Oh, blimey!
This is gonna be hard work. They look like every British person ever, dude. Cor and Blimey or whatever their names are. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucky Lockets. I keep thinking it says Lucky Lockets, but it says Lucy Lockets. It's because Lucky Lockets would be more of an alliteration. I love those repeating sounds. Super Auto Pets has like no settings to tinker with, so the slight screen tearing is annoying. Wait, what? Super Auto Pets? Is that a new fucking hip-ass video game? I hate when games don't have customization options for the graphics. It really bothers me. It's kind of fine if it's like a game that doesn't have a lot of graphic, but I feel like most of the time it's very annoying. There's always something wrong whenever I launch a game that I want to fuck with. Just something I want to get to a more preferential state, if that makes sense. And some games just refuse to let me. It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy Lockets. However, that was a lie. Super Auto Pets is a free auto chess. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Interesting. Never heard of that at all. I've heard of cookie clickers. However, that was a lie. You did have time to take your Lucy Lockets. Oh, blimey. Look, B-Machine's playing Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. I told you! Everybody's playing Pokemon Brilliant Diamond today. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? I love these guys now. I turned around on them a little bit.
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth.
Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gov. We hear you. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Will peach? You don't have a peach. You have an apple and he had a pear. Guys, the third brother is a peach holder. As they say, the peach is in the eye of the beholder of sorts. The peach is in the pit of the beholder. The third brother is a peach brother, guaranteed. I also like how their hats kind of look like the stems of fruits. It's pretty adorable. They definitely did it on purpose. I like these guys a lot. They're charming criminals. They're not quite Luke Atme level charming criminal heartthrobs, but they're definitely up there. Nobody can top Luke Atme, let's be honest. Do I know what auto chess is? No. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Dummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered, straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tied it up, yeah. Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled upon hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at the Winterbanks last night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Do you see how it conspicuously panned to the third slot? Where the third brother should have been? Dun dun dun. Illegal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we had the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. You pick units, they have power, and they automatically battle in a formation. Oh, weird. That's crazy. I don't like that at all. I like Mountain Blade, where I can be one of the chess pieces. You were rifling for something. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Oh, well, that's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. What? You don't eat nothing!
Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
Shit, speaking of rotten apples, I actually have fruit that I need to eat like tonight. I have like 2 whole bananas that are about to become super rotten. I definitely need to eat them. 2 bananas is a lot to eat though. Bananas are ridiculously filling. Dang. I should probably just throw one at my dog instead of eating it. I'll eat one of them for sure. I might have to throw the other one at my dog. We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. Sorry. Wait, I think that's actually the contradiction right there. No, damn it, he doesn't have that as part of the thing. Because if they said they tidied the place up, but it ended with something being destroyed. The lamp got broken, so that would be a contradiction of being tidied up. But that's not what they want, because it's not in the actual testimony. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. Then how'd you know it was locked? It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was. From the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like, through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells! Don't light no lights! I fucking love their high five, it's so good. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? For one day. Do the turn? We'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out.
But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away.
Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. Are we just not gonna talk about the fact that she's fucking unconscious? I feel like that's a big part of her not being the criminal that we're just glazing over right now. She was fucking unconscious. How did that happen if she killed him?
To confirm, it would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom.
That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scalped, straightened him in the black.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. We was a bit hasty there.
We was, Dash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss, good advice.
Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
So true. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking.
And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah.
Well, listen, that proves it, doesn't it? Hey? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. Shut up, you fucking snidely whiplash head-ass motherfucker.
Ow, ow.
Dun 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 dun.
Bro, Remix posted the other day that there was a leak of Dragon's Dogma 2. I want to believe it's real. I really hope it's real. There is a very good chance that we get Dragon's Dogma 2, but there's no confirmation yet. I want it so bad. Dragon's Dogma is one of my all-time favorite games. It's so fucking good. The guy who is the director basically got told point blank many years back that he had the green light to start on either, what's it called? Devil May Cry 5 or Dragon's Dogma 2. And Devil May Cry 5 came out. So odds are he's right now working on Dragon's Dogma 2. But there's no confirmation and it's not fair. It's scary. God damn it, I accidentally went forward. That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony?
What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, he'll probably laugh. I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. No proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You could take all that in your brain and quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about the testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instinct.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be fine. I gotta press on that final statement real fast. This is definitely gonna be one of those where I have to go back and press an old statement now that I have new information. For super sure. There's no getting around it. There's absolutely zero getting around it. Dude, the crazy thing is, like, now that Pokemon Shining Paimon came out, Pokemon Arceus is right around the corner. I really want to try that one. Pokemon Diamond Arceus, I think I'm probably gonna have to try. It look quite good. It look quite cool. I really hope it's good. Pokemon been slipping the last couple of years, so I gotta see a big W from them soon. All right, they never had a chance to shoot the pawnbroker. I'll press on that. And why should we believe that? Hey, what? Well, because it's true, ain't it? The place was totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct?
You've got it, mister.
Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? Okay, go past this. She's just talking about her goggles stuff again. Iris, you have entirely too many goggles. I feel like her goggles should be a lot bigger. It would be a lot of like a cuter, goofier look if she had like giant goggles on all the time. She would look like a horrible goggle monster. Like, remember that creature, the tiny little creature from the new Star Wars movies that had like big ass goggles on its face all the time? It would look like that. We weren't rifling for nothing. Let's press the gunshot one. Let's press the shooter to come out the door and get us next one. Now here's the thing, if they're in this dark store that they've supposedly never been to, it's just this random place they decided to loot, why do they even know there's a door in the back? It was covered with a curtain, why don't it?
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the doors was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening.
See, we need to be able to talk about this.
It makes no sense, but it's not something that we can press or present evidence against. Why do they know the door is locked? They said they got scared because they heard a gunshot while they were in the front. So why would their first impulse be to go over and try the locked door if they said that they were terrified and wanted to leave? It was, Gov. It was locked from the inside. There was no way of knowing what was going in there. Yeah, baby, they love high fives. Alright, let's try a different statement. We gotta go back and repress a different statement. Okay, so they never went to the storeroom. We put everything back where we found it. I think that's, let's press that one again, because it seems important.
Hold it!
They put everything back where they found it, but some stuff was out of place. You shot Mr. Herlock Shoves. Yeah, so we did. We fucking felt like it, too. What I'm waiting for right now is a reaction on one of the lines. One of the lines that we press again is going to have, like, a reaction that I can pursue for sure. I can pretty much guarantee you that. It seems pretty likely. Yob, 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 yob. Okay. It was not statement 3 or 4. That's right, statement 2. All that stuff went flying. And what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shook one of us that much, yeah. This big old bag of nerves needs to keep the learn to shut up. Look, it was loud, all right. Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up with that bang. Jesus Christ. Don't talk about your dead granny like that, bro. She deserves better than that. She deserves better. She's gonna haunt your ass, bro. She's gonna haunt his house so fucking bad. He's gonna have knocks on his walls coming from outside the fucking house. He's gonna have baby dolls waking up right next to him staring at his head. He's gonna see a dark shadow pass between the doorway. He's gonna say, John Smith, show us a sign. Big brother screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got tangled up in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly. What a racket! Big Granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam! Aha, here we go. Yeah, eat that stuff like a damn pigeon, Lestrade. What's his name? Gumbo. Get him, Gumbo. Pursue.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. Yub yub, dubba dubba dubba. You seemed to react just now to what Mr. Skulkin had said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Thank you, Gregson. Jesus Christ. This was a hard one. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov. Might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yeah. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Sirs. Right you are, Gov. I like how this guy is named Ringo, like the Beetle. Like the Beatle. Are these guys all named after the Beatles? Let me check. I don't think so. I think the other guy was named like Billy Bob or something, but I don't remember. Oh, I can't check right now. Sorry, I can't check at the moment. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" The bloke that owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Bummy, didn't give me half a fright. He was thinking the shooter would come out and get us next. Yeah. Okay, let's press this one. A voice yelled out, "Give me that gun." So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gub, we did! Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yelling on. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam! I love how they acted it out for me. That was great. These guys are really adding a lot of visual flair that you don't usually get. Something that Ace Attorney I feel like could do better, generally speaking. It's not like super necessary or anything, but I feel like dramatic reenactments mid-crime solve would be a lot appreciated. I feel like most crime things have that, you know? Like a cut back to when it was happening as somebody's explaining it, that sort of thing. You don't really get that in Ace Attorney very often. You'll get it every once in a while. Like every once in a blue moon, you'll see something like that. But during situations like this, you'd think it could show like a little dramatic reenactment for the sake of the audience more than anything. That kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead.
And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank?
On me granny's loft. Of course it was.
On his granny's lot. Of course it was. So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank in the sound of his voice?
Hey?
So that would mean what?
What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would.
Yeah, I think I might have been right on the money, man. I think they were definitely scoping this place out. They were either scoping this place out or they were already working in this place by the time this happened.
No, we didn't know that, old geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy clobbers giving us an evil eye?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
On me granny's life, it is.
On his granny's life, it must be. It's a good job on his granny's dead. Dude, the fucking, speaking of that whole, like, dramatic reenactment stuff, I did not like the new Sherlock Holmes show with, like, Benedict Bumblesnatch and stuff like that. I didn't watch much of it, but what I saw, I wasn't a huge fan of. I didn't hate it, I just didn't stick with it. But they did that a lot. Like, there was a lot of, like, flashbacks and cutbacks to, like, visual aids and stuff like that. That was something that show did pretty well, was, like, making sure it was, like, visual storytelling as well as just dialogue. We got another one! Another person on the friends list just signed into Pokemon. Yo, this Pokemon remake is taking the world by storm. It's a good job his granny's dead. Jesus, Ryunosuke. Don't talk about his Gmon like that.
To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them all over the shop floor.
They make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it,
we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Okay, so it was the man talking to Lestrade. He say, "Give me gun," and then she go, "Bang, I kill you now." Interesting. Well, according to them, of course. Hang on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. I do need to go refill my water at this juncture because it has run precariously low. But I will return quite soon, and we will hopefully clear this case today. I don't know. Depends how much longer it is. We still have 2 hours in the stream, like a good 2 hours, so I think we should be fine. But on the off chance that we don't finish today, we will continue it next week. And as always, if you guys have missed out on any of the old parts or, want to catch up on this case before next week, then the YouTube archive in the bio below of the stream will take you to a link where you will see all the old parts in a convenient playlist for you to peruse. Catch up on the old stuff. But yeah, I will be back in like 2 minutes. Get you guys on the other side of this quick ad break. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Let's continue from where we left off, shall we? God, dude, that fucking voice, that face is absolutely horrifying. That's like the face of a man in a Junji Ito comic who's just discovered the man who turned into a fucking whale or some shit, you know? Like the man who just crawled out of his house and now he is a whaleman. That's that face. That is not the face of a normal human being having a good one. That is a weird fucking face. His brother's like totally fine. His brother is just cool as a cucumber. And old Ringo is having a bad day. This is that face you make when your schizophrenia medication run out and you see the naked skinned old man in the corner screaming. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" Okay, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. Let's press that. You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. Aha! I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep that MF thing on him at all times. People say that it was to protect the articles in his keeping. He'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course.
Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided.
Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was going to shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. But he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, gun. Give me that gun! Fire!
He murdered him.
Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting, very tragically missed. They don't even land any of their high fives. They're terrible at that. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. Okay, I think... So here's the thing, we do have evidence to present against this, but I don't see how it's helpful. But there is a clear contradiction. The contradiction being that the girl had the gun. Lestrade had the gun. He didn't have a gun. We have photographic evidence of that, as a matter of fact. See, there's a photograph right here that shows he has no gun, she has his gun. And that's like a bulletproof contradiction. There's no way around this contradiction, but I don't know if it's what the game wants right now, because it doesn't really help my case at all. But that's his gun. That's confirmed to be Windibank's gun. Meaning that their statement is a contradiction. I'm gonna try it, but I don't know if it's what the game wants right now. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Yes, see, Gov, you got the picture. He has, Nash, he has. No question.
Look at that photograph.
Every now and then it makes me laugh. Yeah, Nickelback is a godlike band, dude. As Remix once famously called them Nickelbag. They also did the song for Spider-Man, lest you fucking forget. Put some goddamn respect on their name. They had the Spider-Man promotional music video when they wrote that terrible song.
I am so high, I can hear heaven.
I love Nickelback. They're actually godlike. They were the most product of their time band that I could think of. It's actually insane. They were like the epitome of like early to mid 2000s band. And yet, the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken at a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
What? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You're a fucking moron, Judge. There was one gun. She was holding his gun. They said that there were two guns. That's a contradiction. You're wrong. Yeah, that's right. Hey, what's up, Tasty Giggity? Welcome back. Did you get a Shining Platinum? Bro, everybody's playing Shining Pearl Platinum right now. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel.
Oh, fuck off! Oh, that's so annoying. You got the shiny Buzzwole at 1732. Nice! That's when Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue as well. A Skokin's never skokin. Let's go shiny Buzzwole. Shiny Buzz Snatch as he's known. At least it didn't dock points. I'm really glad that it at least didn't dock points. The game was smart enough to like recognize that it left that contradiction in there, you know? Yub dee dub dub. Well, here's a contradiction too, but I don't know if we can present that against them. When they do the reenactment of what happened, they show him like lunge at her and then she shoots him in the chest, but he was shot in the back. He was shot a single time in the back. You see what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? He was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. Dude, I'm so stumped on this one, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna try to see if I can get another reaction. I would see if I can try to get another reaction to what they're saying. Because I don't think I have the right thing to present evidence against right now. I don't think so. I definitely could, and I'm just overlooking something. But aside from that one glaring contradiction that they didn't accept, can't think of anything else. Go ahead.
Hold it!
You should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Yeah, he says the two of them pointing guns at each other, which is a contradiction, but it's not added to the testimony, so I can't present evidence against it. Man, this is so hard. This is like the hardest cross-examination in all of Ace Attorney, because everything they say is wrong. Like every other line they have a contradiction, but they're not like contradictions I can present evidence against. It's very difficult. I just gotta hope I can find something to press again. Yeah, and there they go. They did the reenactment again, where he gets shot in the chest. But that also can't be presented evidence against. It's just so hard.
Hold it!
Hold it! So they didn't try the door, but they still knew it was locked from the inside. That's yet another contradiction that I can't present evidence against. Or even talk about, really. Damn, this is hard. There's so many contradictions, but none of them can be presented against. Neither of you were in the storeroom.
Meow, 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 meow.
Wait, really fast? I'm sorry, but I just gotta try this real quick. I'm gonna try pressing against this again. I wanna see the photo of Gina one more time. Just to be super sure. I'm pretty sure that it is Windibank's gun, but I've gotta check. So black handle, silver gun, short snub-nosed revolver, and then, yeah, okay, so. Let's check what the one was. Because for some reason, I seem to remember when it showed the photo of her, it like didn't have one of those pieces. Let me check. I posted the reaction, but it's a shitty file, but it's still my reaction. I'm sure it'll still come across. Just because the video quality is bad or whatever, doesn't mean it won't come across. Well, really, cut the mustard. The Buzzwole reaction. Okay, let's check. There's the body, there's her. Put that fucking shit away, bro! Damn it. Oh. I need the text box away. Away! Damn it, I need the text box to go away. Do you see what I'm saying though? The piece that it looks like is missing? It looks like this gun doesn't have a trigger guard for some reason. Like it looks like the trigger is just hanging there because the gun metal is silver, but there's no metal in front of her finger. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't think that's the same gun. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Whoops, sorry, wrong gun. This is Windibank's gun. It has like a very prominent guard around the trigger, as it should, as any good gun should. But then look at the gun that What's-Her-Face is holding. Little old Lestrade. It's got nothing. Her finger's just hanging there. And like there's no noticeable guard behind her finger either. Weird. Maybe that's not his gun. I'm thinking that's just like weird shading, but it looks like the trigger is just hanging in empty space. That's strange. That's definitely weird. The handle is the same color though, and so is the gun itself, so it seems unlikely that it's a different gun, but definitely possible. The rest of it looks like okay. The rest of it looks like acceptably similar. Okay, just wanted to see. Either of you set foot in the storeroom. I think I'm overthinking. I honestly think I'm just overthinking that. It is for the puzzle. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, good call. You definitely don't want to just have the whole, the whole 1700 long hunt as a video. It was a bit icy there. Yeah, they did shoot Herlock Sholmes to death for no reason, which was a little uncool of them. Police found this revolver. That doesn't prove nothing. We never even had a chance. And why should we believe that? Okay, so yeah, nothing new to press against. So we have everything that we're gonna have. We have everything that we're gonna have. We just have to find some evidence to present against it. I'm missing something. I'm definitely missing something. This is like the opposite of most of the cross-examinations. Usually cross-examinations are like, try to find the one contradiction throughout the testimony so it sticks out a little bit, but this one is like, there are so many contradictions, it's insane. Like every other line there's a contradiction, but you can't really present evidence against any of them, so it's like overloading. It's like fucking overloading my ass. Gotta do, God hate. Da dee da do do dee. Color blue. This doesn't help. The blood doesn't help. Autopsy report. A single bullet to the back at 1 to 1:30 a.m. Yeah. 1 to 1:30 a.m. shot in the back, and you're too lack. And so does the photo. The photo also shows that. I don't know what it wants. I honestly do not know what it wants from me right now. I'm so stuck. Did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered. I'm gonna try presenting the evidence of the broken lamp against this. But I don't think that's what it is. I think I'm gonna get a deduction here. I think I'm almost certainly gonna get a deduction here, but I'm just like, I have no idea. No, I put the wrong one! Wait, did I? I think I put the wrong evidence by accident. I failed to see the connection. Dude, there is just too many contradictions in this. I don't know what to go after. Yeah, no, I presented the right evidence. It just was wrong. That sucks. It is a contradiction, but it's not accepting it. We ran straight into the man in black. We never even had a chance. Maybe it's this? Maybe it's the floor plan? Because they did have a chance. They could have shot him through the hole in the door. They had a chance to. That's also a lie, but I don't think it's what they're looking for right now. I don't think it's what the game wants right now. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just try it. Fuck it. Nope. Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we?
What implications, Counsel? Nothing strikes me about it.
Exactly. There's nothing striking about it.
What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however.
Ugh. Need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. He didn't have a chance to shoot. There are signs that a single round was fired. I don't know, man. I really don't know what it wants from me right now. A gun belonging to Mr. Winterbank that Gina was holding. So we have the 2 shots. Maybe let's try to go that angle. Let's try to go that angle. No. Yeah, there's nowhere to press the gun. 2 guns. Maybe this? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, we never had a chance, but there are signs that the gun was fired. But no, we know where that was. It was with Herlock Sholmes. They shot him. That's already been firmly established. We don't need to establish that anymore. So it's not that. And then the one thing that actually was a contradiction in the main statements, it just didn't accept for some reason. Bizarrely. This is kind of stupid, I'm not gonna lie. This one's kind of dumb. I already found the contradiction and it was rejected. We scarpered straight into him in the black. That is true. That one's not a problem. I was thinking the shooter would come out of the door and get us next. That's also a contradiction because A, they shouldn't know about the door, possibly because they've never been here before and it's covered by a curtain. And B, the door is locked that they knew, even though they couldn't have known that because they never tried the door. But we don't have any evidence to say that. There are so many contradictions. It's really hard. This is actually insane. I don't know what it wants from me right now. Let me try looking at this real fast. Pawnbroker perishes. Oh yeah, no, we already looked at this. There's no more evidence to get out of the, I don't think I need to examine any of the pieces of evidence more closely. We already did that pretty good. Well, you know what? Let's just be safe. I can't find anything out of place. Oops. The Hound of the Baskerville.
That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something.
Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos.
Shut up, Iris. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone with that name, too. Okay, that was not helpful. Not even slightly. Dude, I'm fucking jumping for joy. They promoted her to assistant. Now Miss Susato-san has returned to Japan. Do I want hint? Yeah, I'll take a hint, because I'm like pretty thoroughly stumped on this one. I just don't even know like where to begin looking, because there are so many contradictions that I don't know where to start. Right. Let's try observing the gun again. Boga. So, there are still ammunition loaded in this 6-cylinder. Did I get Gregson's Pursue? Yes, I did. I did the Gregson Pursue, and then I also presented the evidence that didn't put this forward anymore. So I got the Gregson Pursue, which I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, it was this stuff, where they said they heard him yelling, "Give me that gun. Give me the gun, give me the gun." And then I presented the evidence on this, and then they said, no, you're wrong, even though I was right. And then we went back to square one. Look at the crime scene photo. Twist? I don't see. I see the him being shot in the back part. That's the contradiction, right? But I don't know what to present that against. That is definitely one of the contradictions, but I don't know what else. He's got a dumpy, I'll give him that, but I don't think that's part of the contradiction at all. And then that. Something is missing. Are you fucking serious? That's what it wants? I already did that! I'm so mad. I'm actually so fucking mad. Is that actually what it fucking wants from me right now? That's what it wants? You game! I used this photo where he wasn't holding a gun, but it wants this photo. I can't believe this. I can't fucking believe this. Thank you. I would have been stumped on this for so long. I would have been stumped on this for eternity because I literally already fucking did that with a different photo. And they said no. They said, oh, but you don't know what happened after that. It's like, you don't know what happened after he fucking died either. That's dumb. That's actually really annoying. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Yes, say, Gov, you've got the picture. Yes, there she is. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. Thank you. I would not have gotten to that point. Holy shit. That's so annoying. Hey, you what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right. Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene.
Ew. That's not Mr. Windibank's gun! Look, it doesn't have the guard around the trigger.
Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
I love how they stand in the same pose, too. They're so awesome. I love these two. Yeah, that mole tool used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam! Find the thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are. Right there. Hey! If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, yeah, he would have been shot in the chest instead of the back. It would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments?
It is right here in the autopsy report. He was shot in the back.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
If you think Van Zeek's coming back is stupid, oh boy, do I have a jury pool to show you. The jury bench is stacked to the fucking gills with characters we've already seen too. There's something going on. There's a grand fucking conspiracy afoot. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. No, they're wrong. But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Dash, it is. But he was shot that night. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got him. You've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. I still can't believe that fucking photo shit. That was probably the hardest cross-examination in any of the Ace Attorney games so far. Just because, not only, it would be one thing if there were all those like myriad contradictions to go through, but there was also a fucking decoy evidence. That was the same thing, but they didn't accept. That was insane. That was super fucking hard.
Order! Order! Order!
I fell right into their trap, too. That was a cunning fucking trap. I put in the false evidence, and then it spat me back out, so I was like, well, I guess I was wrong about that approach.
Witnesses, explain yourselves at once!
Well, the thing is, it was supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of him.
So kill them!
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with lies?
Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we,
Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us.
He? Who are they talking about? The third brother, dumbass.
The third brother! Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Bro,
Come on, the game's up.
we'll have our guts for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well,
Do we have to?
I love these guys.
On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
Witness testimony.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like it was possessed. I thought we'd had it.
For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Aha! I pulled my gun on him, and then legged it through that door to the back room.
We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah, sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time,
Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it.
The moment I've been waiting for.
Yeah. Okay, so this one seems a lot easier, right? Encounter with the victim. We just got inside the gaff. They actually did get inside the gaff, which is kind of insane. A lot of people will argue that they did not get inside the gaff, but me personally, based on just the pure look on his fucking face, that is the face of a man who has seen inside the gaw of the gaff and lived to tell the tale. Alright, let's press this. Maybe we can get a time. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank?
Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right.
We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously, but we never thought no one was going to come out of the back room like that.
The back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been.
So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises.
Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at that time?
What, that mole tooler? Couldn't tell you.
No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. Da, da, da.
Okay, let's just press it all. I don't want to lose any more pips because we're already down to just 3 left. We're already down to only 3 pips remaining, so I gotta be careful now. You mentioned Mr. Windebank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them from the other side of the storeroom door.
Oh, hey, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim Mr. Windebank wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey lummy. A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windebank. Mr. Windebank? Mr. Windebank with the gun at that time. Is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on.
Then all of a sudden he came at us, he did.
It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean, for an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox.
Alright. I guess, yeah, let's just press it. Why not? There's no penalty to it. You don't get punished for it at all. I feel like if it was a real court of law and you kept fucking tripping over every single other word that the defendant said, people would get a little mad at you, but this time it's fine. In fact, I can even do it multiple times, which is good for me. He chucks me over the counter. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
He knocked over a load of books and a candlestick and some skull whatnot.
That got tangled in some marionette, we knocked over a picture frame, we knocked over them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Well, Big Bruv here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him.
He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable in the pawn room. There was a button under the counter used to activate, which was presumably pressed by the victim.
That's right. The brothers fled the scene and back onto the street. They ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windebank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
He definitely died, though, I'm not gonna lie.
Poor Mr. Windebank.
Honestly, on this International Men's Day, I choose to celebrate Mr. Windebank as Man of the Year. Because not only did he constantly threaten to kill himself, he also died a meaningless death protecting other people's belongings. And for most men, there is no higher calling than to do just that. We salute you, Mr. Windebank. Thank you for dying for no reason. I pulled me gun on him, then legged it through the door. I think that this is the one that the contradiction thing. Because they keep mentioning how the door was locked as soon as they got in there. They're like, nope, the door was already locked. The door was already locked. There were 2 people in the back room. The door was locked. And now he's just saying he ran straight into the back room. I think that's probably the contradiction, but I don't know what to present against it just yet. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windebank?
No, never. I was just, looking out for me bruv, weren't I?
He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes.
And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and ran off through that door and shut himself in.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windebank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windebank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windebank's hands again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. Make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and my brother here.
We never had nothing to do with it. That's what happened, I swear. Yeah, R.I.P. Mr. Wildebank. He tried his best. He became a wildebeest right towards the end of his life there. But it just wasn't enough. He was overpowered by the Dingle-Up brothers. They tangled him up and knocked him off the counter. Okay. Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency. Yeah, the gun being in his hands. Even though I was told last time that you can't prove the gun wasn't in his hands. It is strange, isn't it?
Hold it!
Hold it! You say you had nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all.
Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he?
Knocked it was, from the inside.
We know it was because we tried to open it.
But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counselor?
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windebank? Yeah! I don't know, man. I'm starting to lose pips left and right, so I'm scared to say this, but they definitely could have. They keep not mentioning the fact that there was the giant gaping hole in the door which they could have shot him through. Like, if he had just ran through the door and he fell down here, he was like right in front of the fucking door when he got shot. And remember, he's face down, so he was standing like right here in front of the door, in which there's a giant hole which you could stick a gun through, and then it would be point blank, shoot him through the heart, leaves the muzzle burn, he falls down into the lock's room. There's a total possibility, but I don't know if it's gonna let me say that. I'm gonna try anyway. Fuck it. I don't trust this case anymore. After what it pulled last time, this game has broken my trust. I don't trust it anymore. I feel like it's trolling me.
There totally could have been.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Hey, what?
What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did?
What is your point, my learned friend?
The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windebank? And it is the belief of the defense. The defendant is not the only possible answer at all. He's so tiny, he stands on a box. I love the tiny Mr. Zindy Zane.
You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises.
Okay, I think that's where it's going. Good.
The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer as to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums.
Ooh, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe.
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
That's easy. Understood, my lord.
Are you all right, Runo?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely.
So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan where the answers lie.
I know. You believe someone else could have killed the victim, where that person could have fired the gun. Oop, right here, baby. Jazoon. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out. Kobe! I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out and just see if I'm right.
Take that!
The defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here.
And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim?
Right here. Other side of the...
Take that!
He big. He big. He bold. He beautiful. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom.
Continue.
Mr. Windebank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, It doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony,
I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door to the back room.
if Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time.
Ah, my God, what the fuck? The door was open!
It was at precisely that moment, when the victim was fleeing for his life, that those brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the store.
They could have also done it through the door because it had a giant gaping hole in it. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of the Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away.
What? What? No! What?
You're telling me that this portly motherfucker was at like a full tilt of a sprint? Impossible. Pop Windibank the kind of motherfucker who run like this, for sure. He's the kind of motherfucker who run like this. No fooling, he runs like it's a Scooby-Doo ghost chase. He would have tipped his ass over if he tried to run that way. He would have fallen straight on his face. Even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would have still entered his body on an upward trajectory.
But the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock.
But what if someone else was locking the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the door.
Dunga Lestrade! Is that so?
Oh, that's funny. He did run like that. That's awesome. I don't remember that. It's been too long. Let's go. He's a surprisingly agile little guy. I'm gonna have to go and say Pop Windibank's the kind of motherfucker who run like this, though. Me personally. At best, he runs like Eggman in Sonic Adventure 2.
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court.
Pop Windibank the kind of motherfucker who run like a little old lady with his wrists up in the air.
Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
I guess Lestrade, even though she never told me that. This seems really dumb. I think I'm being led into a devious trap. I think I'm being led directly into what's known as the Hangman's Gambit. I think the executioner of the Bailey is, like, trolling me. He's leading me to a really bad place.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant is Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel.
Ah, yes. That's a tricky one, that. No, not really. If we follow the train of logic, she just saw Pop Windibank get shot in the back, so she would go over and lock the door so she wouldn't get murdered. And then she took his gun for protection, though it doesn't answer the question of how she was rendered unconscious at all. That's a tricky one, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
Yeah, see, Iris knows what's good. Iris is smart. It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bro.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom.
Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the store. This doesn't actually make sense. I get that we're escaping the immediate danger, but it doesn't explain the scorch marks on his clothes, the muzzle wound. He had to have been shot point blank. They're dancing around it, but the fact remains. He was executed point fucking blank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have burns. I'm being led into a trap. I'm being led into a fucking devious fucking trap. Mr. Windibank fell into the floor where he was, just inside the store. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
I see where you go with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Okay, but that one was a goof.
There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you may now kiss the bride. Your brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. They're malfunctioning. Your Honor, quick, dive to the ground. They're gonna blow.
Where does this leave us?
You meant to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker.
I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest.
That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know, first time ever, and probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not...
He did lead me into a trap! You're so evil, Van Zeeks. Why do you always gotta make me feel like I'm about to win and then pull the rug out from under me? He's a dick. Van Zeeks is mean. I know it's not apparent by his vile racism and the fact that he kills people and is called the Reaper of the Bailey, but he's kind of a jerk. This Van Zeeks fella is not on the up and up.
An admirable effort, my learned friend.
What's this now? He's laughing?
You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive.
I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here.
What?
The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot, and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw?
Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing?
I say, Lord Van Zeeks.
Might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand.
Ah! He threw shit at me, dude.
Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
By George, count bullets.
Oh dear. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about?
Counsel,
Yes, sir. Meow, sir.
tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
Two. Two bullets. Wait, what? But according to this new theory, he said drop the gun, he tackled the brothers, he threw the brothers over the railing, he ran to the storeroom, he got shot down, Lestrade locks the door, then on their way out they run into Sholmes and fire at him and then leave. How is that not 2 bullets? Did I miss something? What's not accounted for?
Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed! The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver.
But how is this a problem? You just established that there was a big scuffle in which the revolvers could have exchanged hands. No, wait, he's right. Wow, I'm stupid. I completely overlooked that. Yeah, because if they had stolen, I assumed that they took Winterbank's revolver and shot him with it, but that still wouldn't explain how it ends up in Lestrade's hands. The Skulkin brothers' revolver only lost 1 bullet. I still think that it's a hidden 3rd revolver. I still think the 3rd brother has a 3rd revolver that we haven't seen yet. But as it stands, he's super right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm dumb. He's super right. This would have to be one of them magical teleport revolvers for this to work.
The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed! A single bullet from each.
Baduspa is fun so far? Nice! Is it exactly the same or did they change some stuff up too? I like the art style. Everything looks like weird dolls.
Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, I think you're fine.
And if a single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means...
Winterbank was not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Oh. Ooh-ward! I saw Ghostbusters Afterlife, and it was awesome. Well, guess Waka-Waka-Bee, what Waka-Bee? I'm gonna send you to the afterlife! With my Suzato takedown. With my Cruzado takedown. You can believe that. With my Dropkickto takedown. Was it good? Is that the one that's like, the young generation? It's like the next generation of Ghostbusters? I saw some hubbub about that, but I didn't know it was out yet. That's cool. I remember the last new Ghostbusters movie that came out. People loved that. People were all over that. It was hugely not controversial at all.
Order! Order! Order!
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery.
Lord Van Zeeks!
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct.
That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. Your Honor, I move to have this thrown out. Irrelevant. Sure, she stole my GameCube Advance, but that's not a big problem.
The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon.
She's not, though. She's just clearly. Now, this could just be a byproduct of the fact that it's 3D models, but I mean, even if you don't take a huge leap of logic like I did earlier, you can actually physically see that he's not looking at Lestrade if you look closely. He's looking clean over her head. He's staring like straight over her head. It is a splash though. They all have to wear big rain ponchos when they come to see the performance. They come with two things. They come in big rain ponchos and they come with a wine glass, hoping they can get it filled up with his delicious wines. It's basically dinner and a meal, you know? There's a free meal and performance. See, the witnesses bring the fruit. They bring fruits for the stand to eat, and then he brings the wine. She has a murder weapon.
And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present.
That disc.
I'll be taking that whenever it is a McGild. It's down to the yard, thank you very much.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc.
The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious!
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
How about you, Zoom?
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Van Zeeks,
Inspector Gregson. What?
Yes, Inspector.
we had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? Huh. That's the first time he's had anything to say to Van Zeeks at all.
I am unaware of any such meeting.
But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Oh my god. The government wigwigs? Holy guac, dude.
Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case.
I think I know what the conspiracy is now. I think I know what the conspiracy is now. I think I know what the conspiracy is now. I think the conspiracy from the beginning has been this. The government is trying to protect McGilded because McGilded is rich as fuck, so he can fund the Crystal Tower project in return. Remember, they're trying to impress everybody with like the World Fair or whatever? So, if they help McGilded escape justice, he was gonna pay for that shit, that super expensive fancy thing they want to build to impress all the foreign dignitaries. So this guy didn't want any of it, so he comes out of retirement to prosecute dude because he wants to get rid of McGill, because he believes in the true justice and such. I think that's what it is. So like, in all these cases, the government is trying to step in to get like McGilded off scot-free. So right now, the prosecution, like at the top level, the government is trying to keep anything to do with McGilded out of the case. That way they can get Lestrade out of the way. Lestrade is executed, one loose end tied up, and they can't trace it back to McGilded because they don't allow any McGilded related evidence into the case. I think that's what it is. He is the prosecutor. He determined how to present his case. That's not how that works.
Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Yabba dabba 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 wop wop.
The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add.
Take a bow.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case.
Let's check it out. Did anything change? Nope. We still got the smudgy, and we still got the note. I think everything checks out. Now, granted, I didn't think we would ever see this again, so I didn't like make any note of the distinguishing features beyond just the bloodstain and note. Like, for example, the placement of nubs. So if that changed, if it's like a different disc that's recreated perfectly, I don't know. Like, I can't tell. It looks good to me. It looks good to me. But it would be very easy to pull one over on me because I was not paying attention to that shit.
Bruno, look! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood.
Spray it! Spray it!
Spray it with your bottle. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Then it's my time to shine.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I like Iris now. Iris is useful. I give her a pass.
I thought I'd be waiting forever. All right, hold still with that disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
What color?
Green! Dashing green! Ooh, a lovely bright shade again.
Oh my god. Wait, that color. I actually don't remember who was green. We learned that last week, I think, but I don't remember who it was. We learned green, purple, and... Purple was the Mad Hatter, or the Mad Bricker. Green was... I don't remember. Wait, that color!
What is it?
It's just that green. Wait, green was the calendar! Oh my god! Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way in hell that the third brother is the fucking guy from the beginning who tried to steal the coat. He looks nothing like the other two. There's no way. That would be so ridiculous, but also kind of awesome and hilarious. That green, it's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? There's no way that the third brother is... That's so... He looks nothing like them. That'll be the dumbest, most hilarious thing ever. I really hope it's him. He looks absolutely nothing like him. It's totally him. Green, or purple is the Hatter, and then... He's not a Hatter, he's a bricklayer. He just has a weird hat. This is his distinguishing characteristic. And then blue is Pop. And then green... Yep, green is unknown. Oh my god, it's him. It's fucking him. It's the third. Why? Why does the third brother look like that? God damn it. I feel so stupid for not putting that together earlier, but like, it's not like the thought didn't cross my mind. It's just that they look so different. They look ridiculously different. That's super funny. I like that. That's awesome. Yep, so there he is. It's him. Yep, so that's the third brother, confirmed, and he's the killer. So, there was a third brother with the third gun. The third gun is the one that was used in the killing or in the Shomsening. One or the other. Yeah, and then the Pops's bullet was used to shoot through him into the calendar. So Pops's bullet accounted for, the brother bullet accounted for, and then the main gun accounted for. All three bullets should be accounted for. Yeah, one of them is in Holmes. Yeah. Because, yeah, it has to be. It has to be. If we didn't get this, it was always possible that the bullet lodged in the calendar was the one that passed through Holmes. But, because we don't know the angle, right? Like where that took place. It could have been lined up with the calendar. But now it's confirmed. The bullet didn't pass through Holmes. Or if it did, we never recovered it. Because this is not Holmes' blood. The green is not Holmes' blood. So there was a third gun. There has to be. I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once. For all 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno.
My lord.
I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman.
Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told. But all of a sudden, the answer's wholly obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no.
Very well. well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
Guilty.
I love the
Guilty.
Guilty. I like how the Russian guy sounds like a human snake. Alright.
My goodness, that nearly singed my pubes off. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. I should coin that catchphrase. That sounds good.
He fucking stole that shit, dude.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley.
Fuck you. Hurley wrote that line for himself.
How dare he use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. It's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Erudite Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Unfortunately, Biggs was shot down and crashed into the Death Star, but the rest of us are good to go.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
At least we know where we're going now. I am now 100% convinced of where we're going. This was an interesting trial, because I feel like I called it from the get-go, but getting there was really rough. Getting there was pretty hard. Getting to where we needed to go. But yeah, the third brother angle, I feel like they kind of gave away the ghost when the brothers kept talking about it at the beginning. Especially when they were, like, pointing out that what's-his-face was the same build as the brother, and it kept cutting to, like, the three of them. The jurors' contentions. But the real challenge in this trial was definitely the setup, right? Like, how do we get there?
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Eh? Different breeds to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say this whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
Yo, was he Sholmes' surgeon? That would be crazy. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. I really wish I had watched back last week's session, because I don't remember much about the Sholmes angle. I know he's in hospital, and they put him under a bunch of amnesia, but I don't remember what his surgery was for. If his surgery was for removing a bullet, for example, we'll be in the clear. But I don't remember.
It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt.
I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black.
You know, honestly, I don't even remember if there was a surgery. But they put him under. They put him under, so they wouldn't have done that if there was no surgery.
But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw I'd jolly well been hoodwinked.
Well, no more.
The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
No need to get political, game. There was a surgery. Got it. Good. Yeah, there has to be, because they put him under. So we know where the third bullet is. It's in Holmes's ass. It's in Holmes's giant ass cheeks. He caught the bullet between his ass cheeks like a hero. He was never actually wounded.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage.
Oh, I almost gave him the Edgeworth voice for a second there. My bad.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter.
Wow, sick pun, dude.
Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Slap. He hasn't done the slap in a while. Good job, Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Dude, what about your fucking wife, bro? I think that's probably where they're going with his part of it. Your wife is in jail right now. Is she also a rogue? Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces? The greatest military in the world?
No, simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous.
Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Know it.
When you say that she'd shown it, had it in her, are you referring to this?
Exactly. Tried to swat that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken?
Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe.
We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
A Gilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail.
I did.
Oh, that was if I hadn't found the blood sample yet, I think.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the case is done and dusted. Hold it!
You don't know that. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table setting.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose
She is what's-his-face's maid. Oh my god. It's all McGilded, dude. It's literally all McGilded's all the way down. Like fucking Yertle the turtle, bro. Like fucking Yertle the damn turtle, dude. Holy crap. It's all McGilders. It's all Yertle the McGirdle. She is McGilded's butler. Garadeb is McGilded's war buddy. This guy is McGilded's optometrist. Okay, maybe I'm reaching. Maybe I'm slightly reaching here, but I think I'm onto something. I think I'm onto something. I think I'm onto something here. It might have just been a throwaway gag line, but I don't know, man. Rich dude who dines with thieves? Who does that sound? And now we know that one of the 3 brothers at the very least is a McGilded crone. Because the tall guy was there for McGilded's stuff. This guy maybe even... He was like all the way back on the boat case. Maybe he's working with McGilded too. He was trying to get to the tower. Dude, this is... I can't figure out if it all revolves around the tower or if it all revolves around McGilded. Or if it's the same thing. You know, like I said earlier, maybe McGilded is the one bankrolling the project. Because he's got so much fucking money. Remember, he built an entire goddamn park himself. That was a plot point in the first case he was in. God damn.
I don't know.
if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
3rd bullet somewhere on the scene? That'd be possible. I could prove it. What? Oh, I don't know if I can prove it. I don't know if I can prove it. I think I'm gonna have to prove it. That's the thing. Do 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 do. Yup, 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 yup. Definitely could have been the one that shattered the lamp, but still doesn't answer where it is. I think it's in Herlock's asshole. I think it's nestled deep within Herlock's lower intestine. Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Oh, yeah. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. No. Okay, never mind. I was about to have a eureka moment. I thought there was gonna be a big bullet hole on the back of the paper stack, like it got stopped in the papers. No, that's not true. Fuck, man. Where is the bullet? I feel stupid. I should know this. What phase of the village? The village! I miss the village! Bro, the old man misses us, dude. The old man fucking misses us. You know what game I've been playing lately is the Old Republic, the KOTOR MMO. It's not nearly as good, but it's still pretty fun. I like the, what do you call it? I do really appreciate the whole, like, story aspect of it a lot. It's fun. Happy Chad Day, Zach of Deus. It is, it's International Man's Day. It's International Herlock Sholmes game. It could be one of the bullets in here. It could be one of the bullets in here. What if they put it back in the gun? That would be stupid. Jedi Knight. Oh, I love that fucking game. I have Academy. Me and Hee-Haw played it once. When it came out on the Switch, I bought it again. I have that game on both Switch and PC because I love it that much. Yeah, it's a fucking great game. Tell me to show you the third bullet? I need to examine this. I haven't examined this thing a single fucking time yet. It's probably in here.
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see.
Then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The important thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Star Wars Battleground 2? Oh yeah, dude, the fucking, Battlefront 2, I think it's called. It's so good. I love those games. The new one actually isn't that bad. I have it on EA. It was like a really cheap sale or whatever. And the second one is really not bad. It's pretty fun. The problem is it's a fucking dead game, man. Like, nobody plays it anymore. Nobody plays that game anymore. Because they just, like, bumbled the launch so badly that nobody plays it. But it's like pretty fun. The hero mode is decently fun and the shooting is very fun. Look at that. It's totally changed shape just from one little button press.
Well, that's what the button's for, you know? You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you?
Especially if you don't know what they do. But the originals are way better. You're super right about that. The originals are god tier. I played them so much when I was a kid. Us boys? Says the 10-year-old girl. Fucking slams her head against the table, shows her a magic trick.
Anyway, now you can see that it's really a stereoscope, can't you?
Jedi only on... Dude, that's... You played with the hardcore dudes, my friend. The fucking hardcore players love the Tatooine map because it's like the most neutral hero map. It's such a good game. I love it. It ironically had a better cast, too, than the fucking one that came out 10 years later. It had, like, way more interesting and varied heroes. The new one has fucking 2 BB-8s as 2 of the heroes.
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with.
Ah, shit. Okay, so the bullet's not in here. My bad. My bad. The bullet's not lodged in here. Is there no option that says Holmes' ass? Oh, I can just present Holmes. What am I doing? Wait, no, I can't. It doesn't let me go to the people. Shit. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know what it wants from me. I don't know where the third bullet is. Oh. Is it in the lamp? Is the bullet in the lamp? Is the bullet in the lamp? You going to bed? See you later, Tasty Giggity. Hope you enjoyed the stream, dude. Have fun with Pokemon Diamond Geek version, whatever it's called. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, catch you later, dude. Peace. Have a good night. I'm making bone chicken thighs in the oven with olive oil and Montana chicken spice. No, I don't want that. I don't want bones. Bones. I don't eat meat, man. I'm a vegetarian. Much I can feed on my dog, but that would feel like a waste of good cuisine, you know? That would feel like a waste of expert cuisine. It's in the skull! It's in the skull, baby. It's all about the skulljamins, as they're known. It's not in the skull. I don't know where it is. I don't know where the third bullet is! Bro, I'm not the suckatarian. They made a whole show about him, okay? He wears a helmet and carries Baby Yoda around. Wait. I want to present Sholmes. Okay, so let's not think about what I want to present. Let's think about what I can present. Let's think about what I can present as opposed to what I want to present. I want to present Sholmes, the bullet still being inside of him. That's not an option. That's straight up not an option right now. So they could have put it back in the gun. They honestly straight up could have put it back in the gun. But that seems incredibly fucking stupid. No, because they ran out right away after they shot Sholmes. And one of the bullets was found inside Windabank. God damn it. Is there a way to show Sholmes? The third bullet is... Drum roll, please! It's inside of the cat's ass! It's not inside of the cat's ass, spoiler alert. I might have made that part up. Wait a minute. Does he have a collar made of bullets? He does not, okay? I don't know, man. Is Sholmes on the news? That's a really good idea! That's a really good idea! Let's see if we can find an article about Sholmes. I don't think he is, but maybe. Let's check out the article first. Okay, so... do-gooder. No, it's just about the trial. No Sholmes on that side, and the other side was some spy shit. Ministry, mole, secrets have been leaked. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongfart was talking about. Ding, ding, ding. Ministry, mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Almost as though they were using... music boxes! Dun, dun, dun! Guys, that's what it is. The mole isn't Susato-san. The mole is, I don't know, probably McGilded or something. But that's how he's leaking the secrets. He's using the music boxes. Because remember, Holmes was like, we've tried every music box in England, and none of them can play the song. It's because they don't want the English to be able to play the songs. The music CDs are custom built for the country who they're sending it to. So only people from that country would be able to listen to it, because why would they want the English being able to listen in on their own spy tapes? Oh, that makes so much sense. It doesn't help me right now. I'm still going to lose the trial, but I won the war. I won the spy games, at least. Where is the third bullet? It has to be inside of the stack of papers. No, it can't be. It's thick enough. It's definitely thick enough to catch a bullet. But she would have noticed. Bum, 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 bum. The photo of the calendar, that's the second bullet. That's already accounted for. Wait, is it? Is it? Because otherwise that's an easy yes. Yeah, that's super right. Fuck, no. Don't read me that stuff. Not that court record. A third bullet somewhere on the scene. No, that is one of the two bullets. So the bullets is the one in the calendar and the one inside of Buttman, the guy who died. butt man. The third bullet is the one in Sherlock Holmes's ass. Show me the people. Show me the people. Floor plan. Sherlock Holmes is right here. I can show the floor plan and show the jury where Sherlock Holmes was standing. Oh dearie me. Oh dearie me. I don't know. I'll go ahead and fail this. I'm gonna go ahead and fail this real fast. I'm going to say the Hound of Baskervilles. No, that doesn't make any sense. What I will say is, I'll just say the crime scene floor plan and then just see if it lets me say it's where Sholmes was, you know? Like, maybe it's where Sholmes was. Unless I can see it in here, but no, I can't see it in here. Shut up, Bruno. Shut up, Bruno! Bruno Mars is your known. There's no bullet. There is no bullet on this thing. I really thought this thing was going to be way more important to the case. If you'll recall, like, my first conjectures about this case, I thought this thing was, like, a listening device. I thought it was all sorts of crazy shit, and it turned out to just be a, like, random stereoscope that we could use to help see pictures. You know what? I'm gonna do this then. The broken lamp. I'm gonna say that's it, because that's, like, the most... I don't think it's that, but we'll try. Uh-oh. I, don't suppose this one passes the third bullet. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Coming from you, I'm gonna take that as meaning not much. Wait, so we're supposed to show him a physical bullet as an object? I think I just don't have the right evidence yet, then. Let me try this one more time. Okay, yeah, I don't think I have the evidence. I'm gonna press the rest of the people on the jury stand first.
In no way does it resemble a bullet, if that helps your understanding of my last remark.
Counsel, at the very least, I would expect the evidence you present to be of the correct form.
It's been a long day.
Let's actually try to find this third bullet before we attempt that again, Rudo.
Yeah, okay, I don't think I have the evidence yet. I think that's, Iris just said specifically, like, you don't have the right evidence yet. It's inside of this. Open it up, Iris. Open your fucking irises. Ding, 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 ding. Nah, it just lets me touch this one beginning of the page. I think I just need to press more stuff. Let's try that. Is the bullet mashed into this disc? Is it underneath the Gilded thing? Or Gilded?
That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Rudo?
Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself.
Peel it off, motherfucker! Hey-oh!
It's not peeled under there, unfortunately. Okay, so, I'm still fucked. Let's press the rest of these guys first.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, that's a big fuck.
So if I've understood correctly, you need two pictures. A left eye one and a slightly different right eye.
Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this.
So, if we have 2 bullets, suppose you can see anything useful with them?
I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock.
How can you be so sure of that?
Think about it. The Skulky brothers shot the great detective, didn't they?
Yes, it's been mentioned once or twice.
Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it?
This is a waste of time. I'm not gonna change this man's mind anytime soon.
Quad. John, what was the last cookie dish I made? I made 2 days ago.
fake eggs and fake sausages, if you can believe that. And I ate them for breakfast. Everything I eat is fake. It's all like a cardboard cutout of sorts. Like, it's one of them optical illusions where if you look at it from far away, it looks 3D, but if you go to the side, it's like basically a Roadrunner type deal. Where it's just like, it's basically 2D cardboard. I'm pressing you, Doctor. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Oh, well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
He is Holmes' surgeon!
I mean, there's no question the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... He was!
What was the fellow's name now? Hurlich? Oh, Hurloch? No. Hairlock?
Herlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fella.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Sholmes? It's playing the Herlock Sholmes theme.
That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fella was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb. Couldn't find a bullet anywhere. I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fella back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes?
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print.
The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach and exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. Wait, no. It wasn't Sholmes' blood on the CD. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensional.
Heh, who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I could do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his bag?
Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign the bullet had left the body at all.
What? Okay, thanks. God damn it! This is what I needed before I did the other thing. I lost a point for no reason because I was hasty. I was what's known as a hasty, pasty white devil.
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can someone solve this mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Okay, I may game over here, so I need to save, but it should be these two things pitted against each other, right? 2 bullets were found at the scene. I would say the case is done and dusted. And then the mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating.
Objection.
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Sorry, old brain.
God damn it! Oh, so annoying.
Damn it.
All right, we got 1 pip left. We're so close to game over. We're so close to game. Personal attacks?
What are you talking about?
There are a lot of questionable characters in the Gyarados Squadron. You might have to listen to what they have to say a few times before it starts to make sense.
Ah, great. Still, should we really be labeling members of the jury as questionable? Yeah, we just gotta press them all. I can't be hasty here. Oops. What did Gyarados say? Okay, so we already pressed him, already pressed her, already pressed him, already pressed him. Let's talk to stenographer. Let's not talk to her, she's pointless. Ah, he's a ballistics expert.
Hold it!
Hold it! I thought you were just a tourist. Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how you say, extreme, violent bath of, no, blood of,
Extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps.
Those. Extreme violent bloodbath. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have question about bullet and gun, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please, only in the Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's any mystery about guns or bullets. And Zeeks has managed to convince everyone.
When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't.
But we're gonna fight back. We need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Okay, I'm gonna risk a game over here because, like, this is very clearly something I'm supposed to pit against each other, right? Where's an expert where you need one, and this dude is a fucking expert on bullets? Fuck, I clicked A! First, I'm gonna try pressing the old man again. Because I do have only one pip left. I would hate the game over. I would hate the game over, but at the same time, we only have 10 minutes left, so we're really running out of time.
Hold it!
Hold it! Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous.
I'm as surprised as anyone.
But there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot.
Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in.
How bad were his injuries, Doctor?
He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too, because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry.
Ah, burnt?
As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the lung and pop it out.
And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient.
Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbroker. But how'd it get there? Ain't someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there was some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked untrustworthy.
We have a disappearing bullet on our hands. Yeah, I think I know what happened. Okay, I'm gonna pit them against each other because it just literally told me to. I thought perhaps I wasn't supposed to, and instead this guy would have an exclamation, like an interactable during his testimony. But that didn't happen, so I have to pit them against each other. All right, let's hope I don't lose.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other.
Oh, a ballistics expert.
Pitting. P-I-T-T-I-N-G. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. His name is Villain? That's great. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I know what happened. I have seen a very similar situation in the motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold.
Golly!
The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sled. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctors. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how you say, exit wound.
And where did the bullet go?
It didn't go. Exactly. Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, why'd you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet.
Good gracious!
Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery. Wait, what? No! The bullet didn't melt? He's lying. That is solution to mystery of disappearing. That's not what I thought at all. Okay, I was wrong.
But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened at a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
Full of what, everybody? Say it with me now. Say it with me now. Caramel! A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass files.
Oh, Jesus. That's way worse. Never mind. That's so much worse. He keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals he uses in his investigations. He's gonna die. He's gonna fucking die. Jesus. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Oh, well, I just so happened to have smuggled it out in my anus. My father had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may,
Lord Van Zeeks?
while I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to inject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the court.
Sorry? Wow, I was wrong both times. Okay, so here's what I thought. I thought that the ice in question, like the similarity to the ice, was the caramel they mentioned earlier in the case that he always carries with him. I thought this bitch got shot in the caramel. Caramel breaks off inside of him like shrapnel and then melts because of the interior temperature of his body. Like they kept mentioning specifically like stomach. He was shot in his stomach. So I thought it was supposed to lead you to the conclusion that like it just melted inside of his body by the time they got in there, as though it were digested. You know, liken it to the stomach process. But no, he straight up just had cyanide inside of him. That's not good at all. He's gonna die.
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping, along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Also, bring me some of that delicious caramel that Sholmes always carried. I got my tumbly or grumbly. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it?
Look at that. One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded!
So that night, a bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass file exploding that caused the injury.
This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. Yeah, but so there was no third gun. Yahoon.
A delightfully complex aroma.
Yeah, so now this is a massive coincidence. Wait. No, this is way too much of a coincidence. Are you kidding me? So the bullet struck the pouch and then ricocheted through the third brother into the wall? Impossible. This is outrageous.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
Because the green blood is not Sholmes's. It's not. He didn't even touch the thing. Remember, supposedly that dude cut his finger through the glove on the music box, so he left the green blood. Sholmes didn't even touch that, I don't think.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least the mystery's solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. After After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow, I'm sure of it. Alright, let's examine the pouch. We have like 2 minutes left in the stream, so we're not gonna be able to finish this case tonight, but we can at least see if we can get through this. There it is. There it is. Schneef, 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 schneef. It's really scorched badly.
The strap is broken, see?
This must be where the bullet hit. There's the dumb bullet. No, there was 3 bullets. There was 3 bullets. Whoa, what the Iris, look! It's a big bullet.
That's the Skulkin brothers' bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. What an amazing discovery. There were 3 bullets fired at Windibank. Yob, 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 heeb, heeb, heeb. Alright, let's try it. Ding, 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 ding. I like the clicking and clacking in this song. Alright, we're pressing her. This is the last thing we'll do for tonight, is defeat this vile woman.
Only 2 bullets were fired. Blah, 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 blah.
If there was another bullet somewhere, I'd have to reconsider my position. I can prove it! Hayun! Let's go. By the way, we will return to this next Friday, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time. No, we won't! I lied! I'm sorry, I forgot. Next week I will not be here. Thanksgiving is next week. I'm gonna go visit my mom. So, I will not be here. You will see me 2 weeks from now on Friday to finish this case. You can only imagine how scatterbrained I'm gonna be then, with having 2 weeks delayed from this. That won't be good at all. There's the 3rd bullet. Yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks. 4 to 9 Central. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? You suck so bad at your fucking job, dude. You had this pouch. You didn't even look at it, it was burned.
It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
What?
But that doesn't explain how the surgeon didn't find anything inside of Sholmes. This doesn't actually make any sense. The surgeon didn't find the 80 glass shards inside of Sholmes' body. And then he left his scalpel in there too. Sholmes has got a super die, man. He has cyanide glass shards and a scalpel inside of him right now. Jesus. He's turbo dead. This pouch was removed from Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever!
Sure doesn't, Judge.
We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment.
Order! Well, the summation examination remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
Woohoo, baby! March opener!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Oh, baby, we did it. Okay, hell yeah. We don't even have to prove like the rest of the shit. That's awesome. We're still living. Still no game over so far in this game. Just hanging on by a fucking thread, dude. Hanging on by a goddamn thread.
Witnesses,
Governor,
were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation?
we was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with this tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it.
Is it one of yours?
God blimey, Gov, God blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What, hey, what? Never. The Skulky brothers work alone. It's just the two of us. It's our trademark. No, it's not, assholes. How soon we forget poor Sulky.
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated in the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's an head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brother. I'm saving, dude. They had a secret accomplice, bro. I'm just trying, we are over time for tonight, so we're gonna end soon here, but I'm just trying to find a good stopping point, you know? Like the next cross-examination or something. They had a secret accomplice. On that night at Windibank's pawnbroker, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. Hey. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun. Holy guacamole!
Objection!
Ba-da-ba-bum.
An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a 3rd man.
Yes, there fucking was! You dumb motherfucker! They said they had a brother!
If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
Skulkins are lying. I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel?
I think I got it. I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready. The defense is ready. I believe we can provide all the answers the prosecution seeks.
So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
Slappa, I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the deaths of the victim, what proof have you that there was a 3rd intruder present?
It's the blood samples, baby. What? Stupid. Yeah.
Take that!
Come on, don't be wrong. The evidence is right here in this portfolio.
By Joe! A portfolio again, is it?
I'm on the edge of my fucking seat, dude. I have 1 pip left.
You expect the court to rifle through your papers yourself? Be more specific. You claim on one of those blood samples is the presence of this 3rd intruder. Well, which one is it?
It's this one.
Take that!
What am I looking at here?
There appears to be
Some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain?
Green blood? Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature?
It's pronounced inhuman, but that's fine. It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
The great detective.
New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood? Oh my god!
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see. It's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood.
Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop.
And as an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Ah, a striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain shows that someone else was shot in the main part of the shop.
How far are they, young man? Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date shown on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
Parcoli!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
And whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear? You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Oh my god, it's this guy. It's Egbert Benedict. It's Egbert Benedict, baby. Look at this, okay? This guy right here, Egbert Benedict, is supposedly the brother of these fucking two. Dude, watch at the end of the trial, they take off their masks and they just suddenly become incredibly fucking handsome. They just have like the sparkling blue eyes and everything. That'd be great. It's Egbert.
Take that!
The man's name is Egbert Benedict.
Egbert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place.
When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Yub-da-dub-dub-dub.
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now.
Yes, sir.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. That's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. Needless to say, any music box discs do. Inspector Gregson was there at the time, can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. It's more or less what happened. And in the interests of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fella. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbins. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Never seen the geezer before in my life. On my life, Gov, on my life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice.
Yes, and I can.
Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is a filthy criminal, as you say.
It's easy, right? It's easy. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. Now, I'm gonna drag it, kicking and screaming, into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Wait, what? Oh, thank God. I thought I had to point it out on the photo. Oh, that would have been impossible. Okay, it's this. It's music box this. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the bullet.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibank's.
Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Remember, guys? He cut his thumb.
Of course, sir.
Oh, poor Windabank. This International Men's Day is dedicated to Mr. Windabank. I do declare, I hereby declare for this, I feel like I could speak for all men, and this one's for you, Nicola and Bart, aka Winda and Bank.
Here's the disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc. It's mine.
What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Yeah, dude, thanks, Gina, for assaulting a man. Remember, kids, assault pays off as long as they have green blood. Little known science fact. Thankfully presented here by Ace Attorney. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions all over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very corner.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to the portfolio. It green. I mean, all I really had to say was it green. This last 10 minutes has been working up to it green.
I say,
It's green.
it's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windabanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night.
So there was someone else there.
Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating burgers.
Oi, who are you talking about? It's more than it here.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court of the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color.
Well... The kick gets me every time. The fucking axe kick gets me every time. He definitely should have been his Smath brother. That should have been his up tilt for sure. Now you know that bitch is spiking.
And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish?
I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective.
What are you talking about? I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination.
Ah,
In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, bitch?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right.
Young lady, shut up!
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno.
hell yeah, Iris. Let's go. Yo, Iris is coming through this session. All of a sudden, I like Iris. She won me over. They did. She did straight up drop the S-bomb on him. Everybody else was being so tactful and trying not to call him Santa, and she just said it right to his fucking face. It was honestly rude. It would be like if someone came up behind her and undid her ribbon hair. She would be so mad. She would be so mad. But when it comes to calling him Father Christmas, she's ruthless as they come.
Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, I know it's not really a ribbon. Sure, I was told that last week, but still, it's a ribbon.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
Fuck off.
After that shrewd persist of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination is yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
No, it's not. There's just a 10-year-old with a magic blood gun who continued the trial for the made-up summation examination using her magical technology that she invented as a 10-year-old professor. What don't you get? It's not outrageous. It makes perfect sense. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter.
They like it. They like Sherlock Holmes.
As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh, baby.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, no.
Guilty.
What?
Not guilty.
Yes! Let's go, Russia guy.
Woohoo, baby!
Fuck those two who said guilty.
2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue.
Turn Van fucking Deeks back into a Rarsupia like you deserve.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Really? Because I think that makes perfect sense. I can't believe his name wasn't really Egbert Benedict. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something?
Who was that, please? Who spoke?
Oh,
It was me, my lord.
juror number 5?
What have you to say, madam?
If possible. Inspector,
Aye. Me, madam.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again? The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Oh, right, yes, this one you mean. Mr. Benedict.
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say. You know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What?
No. Good gracious!
What a coincidence!
Order! 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 Juror number 5, how on earth?
I am a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see.
The gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also a communications officer. Stop.
Oh my god!
He works at my office. Stop.
That's how they're stealing the information from the British government. It's being intercepted by Egbert Benedict, who's a communications officer, turned into the music discs, and then Mr. McGilded sells them overseas to foreign interests. So whatever they know, like Germany, for example, wants the information from the British government, Benedict intercepts it, sends it to McGilded, who has it created as a music disc which can only be played in Germany. Do you fucking understand? It's the perfect scheme.
A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be on the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. No, it's the coincidences, man.
If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
The court will recess for 1 hour, and the stream will recess for 2 fucking weeks. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony.
It's probably going to give us a to be continued. I'm just going to go to that.
Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about the events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord. I'm fucking losing the Gregson voice.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 2 weeks from now, motherfuckers.
Yeah, we did it! Woohoo, baby! Let's go. To be continued. There it is. All right. We will reconvene in 2 weeks in the courtroom. 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time. Usually Thursdays through Sundays every week, but next week I'm going to be out of town. I'm going to be visiting my mom for Thanksgiving, so I will not be here this coming week. You will not see me until the Thursday after next at the earliest. And then that Friday, we will continue this. We will get to the end of the trial. Again, the bio below, you can find a link to the YouTube archive that contains all the old episodes of this game and all the other story games I've been doing. All the old parts are up there. This one will be going up tonight. So if you miss anything, you can catch up that way. That's how I'm going to catch up before the next session, because fuck me, I'm going to forget everything that happened. Yeah, I'm out of here for the night, though. I will catch y'all tomorrow for more games, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. I'm not super sure what I'm playing yet. I'm thinking maybe Demon Souls or Dark Souls, but we'll see. I'll let you guys know in the Discord. I will see you then. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.